को शहंशाह।
The crowd are cheering the team Nepal. They need 311 runs to win this match and go to the qualifiers in Zimbabwe. Draw or tie or even abandon match doesn't help them. They need to win this. A very steep ask for Nepal in the last match. It is the final for them. The crowd are in numbers here in TU International Cricket Ground. Nepal will have to bat out of their skins to get this target. It is capable, the chase is on, but they'll have to bat very well. Partnership is the key to the Nepali batters. Asif Sheikh is at the non-strikers end, whereas Kushal Bhurtel is going to take the strike. Afzal Khan, the left-arm orthodox, the youngster, 17-year-old kid, is going to open the bowling for UAE, as he's been doing for the last couple of matches, and has been very successful, like Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi for Nepal. Look at Kushal Bhurtel's League 2 matches, 29 matches played by him, 600 odd runs for him. Asif Sheikh, 30 matches, 934 runs in League 2. Look at his strike rate, a decent strike rate, healthy strike rate of 80.66. Ayan Afzal Khan is going to start the proceedings for UAE. 7 matches, 9 wickets. Look at his economy rate, just 3.32. That ball nicely punched down the ground by Kushal Bhurtel for a single, and a big roar from the crowd. Nepal off the way, and I'd like to invite Andrew Leonard here in the commentary box, my good old friend. Good afternoon, Lenny.
Well, good afternoon to you, Paresh, and good afternoon, everyone, both here in Nepal, around the world. Whatever happens over the next 3.5 hours, we're going to have the third and final qualifier confirmed for Zimbabwe in June. As it looks a very good batting wicket. I just got 2 minutes with the head curator. I said, is 311 chaseable? He said, with God's will, yes. He thinks it's as good a batting surface as he's produced. Wicket in the first over. And it's the youngster, the superstar, the 17-year-old Ayan Khan, who's dismissed Asif Sheikh. Has made an ODI century in this series. It's a very aggressive stroke from just the third ball, and he's stumped, he's caught short. And silence again envelops the TU cricket ground.
That's a very poor selection of shot by Asif Sheikh. The second ball he faced coming down the track, a bit of a turn there, completely beaten and stumped by Val Thapa. Asif gone for a not early breakthrough for UAE. Nepal none for one.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand washले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Really extreme scores be possible in the last 10 overs. So you don't need to be 200 after 30 to chase down 311. You just don't. Not at this ground. At other grounds you may. Kushal Malla, 19-year-old to face the 17-year-old. The future, potentially, these two cricketing nations go head-to-head here.
Yes, this 17-year-old Ayan Khan has been very good in this series and earlier in the series as well. Nicely bowled. Nicely punched that down the ground for a single. Kushal Malla gets off strike, off the mark as well. Now that was not needed by Asif Sheikh. The second ball he faced coming down the track, tried to play across the line. That was not needed.
It's a hammer blow, a real hammer blow to the hopes of chasing down this target. Sheikh's been one of the men in form. 150 in this series, so it's over now to Bertel or possibly Kushal Malla as fears deepen around the ground. First over's bowled, 2 for 1.
Congestion ahead. On the fast.
Lifebuoy hand washले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको
Look at this back of the length. It hurried to the batsman, but nicely done by Kushal Malla, getting that one hand off the bat. The ball is going to come nicely onto the bat, Ashif Sheikh.
And the reason fine leg is up in the circle is deep backward square leg is out. And then there's a third in place, deep third. But for Sadiq, who was left out yesterday, if you were wondering what UAE's intent was for today's game, it was to upset Nepal on their home soil. They've won 7 from 7 in this streak that has been part of 10 wins from 11 since Monty Desai has taken over as head coach. They're going to need a record-setting chase to keep that streak alive and get on the plane to Zimbabwe in June. Otherwise, they're down to Namibia next week for the playoff. Chipped and chipped straight to the man. The occasion is proving too much right now. Sadiq strikes. Malla gone for just 5, not for the first time, just chipping one up tamely to mid-off for mid-on. I think he was out to Junaid Sadiq in the first clash between these two sides as well. Bat twists in his hands, and it's the easiest of catches.
Yes, a soft dismissal for Kushal Malla. A pinned up silence in the crowd. Kushal Malla has to depart. Nepal again spot a bowler. Malla gone for 5.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
third over. It's 14 for 2.
छिटो भनेकै वर्ल्ड लिंक
Hit for 2 boundaries at the last over. He bowled. He took a wicket, an important wicket of Kushal Malla. He could have been threatening to UAE. Nicely done by Rohit Paudel. A quick single taken by these two batsmen. Good runner between the wickets.
Yeah, and this is where Nepal need to go back to their blueprint. Quicker between the wickets in their opposition because they're faster and younger. Nudge the ball around, force the bowling team to make some mistakes, make some errors. Get the home crowd behind you by building partnerships, not by losing wickets. And for Bertel, who loves to explode in the first power play, that might not be the approach that's needed.
Yeah, you just got to play to the merit of the ball. If the ball is there to hit, just go for it. Oh, nicely guided down to third man.
A little bit of a wobble, wasn't there, from Hazrat Bilal. There's 3 or 4 fielders in this UAE team who are probably a little way shy of their very best. No mistakes yet, and those 2 early wickets has them miles ahead of the game. And leaves Nepal needing a very good 15 to 20 over period to just stay alive in the game, let alone keep hopes of winning the match. Got to take this game as deep as you can. It's just the 4th over. No more wickets can fall. Probably good thing that Rohit Paudel is the man out there. He's the one who doesn't give it away.
Yeah, Paudel beaten by the pace there. Try to pull that ball, but didn't get the middle of the bat straight to short mid. Yeah, Siddiq bowling with a good pace here, hitting the good length, back of the length. Yeah, it's a belter of a track. The key to chase this target is to just stay there in the wicket, rotate the strike. There'll be boundary balls every over.
Both of these two do nicely is nudge and nurgle and work the ball around, but it's a very concerned looking Nepali dugout, understandably. Problem is, momentum is such a thing in both of the white ball formats. If you go into the innings break with concern and 106 or 102 smashed off the last 6 overs, it's such a tall uphill task. Bim Sharkey with the pads on. Been so bridge going to be one too far. Picked up and picked up all the way, I think, for 6. It is angled in, and the 6 flags are flying up in the crowd, not even out of the middle from Bertel, he says.
Yeah, this shows how good this wicket is to bat on. Look at this, just a clip of his legs. Went the distance towards the backward square leg boundary, over the ropes. The first maximum for Bertel and for Nepal. Stay there, just get close as much as you can to the target.
Nicely played, back-to-back boundaries. Massive roars, smiles and nods, applauds, and dances now in the crowd. Good stroke, this one guided full face of the bat.
Yes, he opened the face to get the gap. Look at that, beautifully done by Kushal Bertel. Nepal, after losing those 2 wickets, 31 for 2. Oh, very good ball. Slight turn there, a little slower through the air by Ayan Khan.
UAE have unearthed the most glorious young talent here. That ball in the field does it all. The composure of a man 10 years older than him. Nicely guided away using the pace of the ball. Outfield's fast, so Khan gives up the chase. 4 more. Well, look what's going to happen if a partnership builds. Look what's going to happen if they
get right behind the stumps. That was nicely done, a neat touch.
Huge task, overrun a ball required, 2 early wickets down. You have to keep believing. And if there's one man that will, it's the captain. Ice cool, brilliant. And you have to say, he's going to probably need to make 8. Just the 4 runs from the over. Khan fighting hard. There's turn and offer and spring in his step. 5 overs bowled, 31 for 2.
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले खर्च दिन्छ
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुरामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ जिम्मेवार ब्याङ्कको रूपमा एनएमबी ब्याङ्क समृद्ध नेपालको लागि
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Is coming into the attack. Another youngster, 19 years of age, left arm orthodox. And I think Rohit Podel will fancy. He's going to play it late. He's going to use those neat touches, running down behind the stumps.
I think this is one captain learning from the other. One captain clearly seeing Mohammad Wasim that pace off the ball was the way to go. He's whipped he's whipped Junaid Siddiq out of the attack immediately after just 2 overs, despite taking a wicket. And he's got his 2 young left-arm spinners bowling in tandem.
Now Nepali batters, they should believe in themselves. That is what they've been doing, winning 10 out of 11 matches earlier in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Oh, nicely cut away, but not getting that gap. Nice fielding there.
I do apologise if we keep saying this throughout the rest of the broadcast. This atmosphere is just incredible. Paresh said to me in between the 2 overs, I can't even hear you, let alone myself. Just remarkable, electric atmosphere. Every run is going to be cheered to the rafters. And they have to keep believing. Thought there might have been a single there. CP Rizwan not the quickest. He's at backward point. Everywhere you go around this ground, they've just squeezed in, haven't they? Probably room for 2 people to sit there, 6 of them crammed in. Swing and a miss, big moment. Is that a miss stumping? I think it might be. It's going to be.
Rohit Podel got it back off the keeper's.
Yeah, good shout, Paresh. definite inside edge. As Lacra's right on the money, isn't he? Probing away. Ayan Afzal Khan, who is much flatter through the air. Lacra. Another risky stroke. Powdle has been fortunate to survive that over. Could have been gone twice, and Lacra comes down and has a word. Look at this. Wait for the crowd to react now. Punch of the gloves. 6 overs bowled, 36 for 2.
XH Simplifying Technology.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration. Whipsay Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
It's a good move in the power play. I think if the pace was on the ball might have travelled around the ground and really allowed a flying start despite those 2 early wickets. Look at that, even in the VVIP box, people are sitting 3 and 4 abreast. Swept and swept short of the man. It's quite deep in the edge of the circle there. Junaid Siddique might have done himself a wee bit of a nuisance too.
Yeah, I think he got hit on the wrist. He's going off the field, Siddiq. I think he split his webbing, or he got hit on the wrist by the ball, or he sprained his thumb there, immediately going off the field. I think he must be okay, but it'll be a very big blow for UAE if Siddiq is injured.
It's on his right hand as well as bowling hand, so concern for UAE. Remember, there's no Karthik Mayappan for them today. Siddique might have done himself a wee bit of a nuisance too. Slightly tricky period here for Powdle. He's got himself in a tangle against the 2 left-arm spinners. You see that he likes to play that big stroke down the ground when it goes into his hitting arc. Usually very straight or sometimes over long on. He's looking for periods where he doesn't give it away.
That was very well bowled, and you can see the guest there, the recently appointed Secretary of Cricket Association of Nepal, Durgaraj Pathak, there on the right of your screen.
That's the big one he wants, and he's gone! A tumbling, spectacular, brilliant catch from his opposite number. It's Mohammad Wasim, who hung right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. You quite believe it, he's gone. Caught for 16, and the 17-year-old is a second.
Yes, he wanted to go over the top, but beautiful catch. Look at that jump to perfection by the opposite captain, Mohammad Wasim. A big unit tumbling down, diving for 3.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ जैस्मिन को सुगन्ध र बदाम को तेल युक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
गल्ती रित्तिने छ बैंकको धन सकिने छ केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाख सम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration. Whipsay Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
He started off with a cracking 50 in the first innings. Bhim Sharkey is the new man in at number 5. Nepal in a big trouble here, 37 for 3 already, chasing a huge target of 311 runs.
Yeah, Bim Sharkey in at number 5. That's a big blow. Whatever about the first 2 wickets. To get Powdle, maybe the most consistent batter for Nepal in this series, is a huge blow. Sharkey gets off the mark with an inside edge. It's a wicket taking over. The 17-year-old tells his elder colleagues to calm. It's 38 for 3.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Asif Sheikh, Kushal. Yet another unnecessary shot by a Nepali batter to get out. Lakra. 2 different left-arm orthodox. Lenny Iron, the youngster, he bowls flatter through the air, sometimes gives air, but talking about Lakra, he has a long, high arm action. He gets that bounce. He's a tall guy.
Yeah, and that certainly has been good pairing in tandem, isn't it? Just think these 2 weren't even in the team 9 months ago. Both debuted in the last 3 series, and really all of the wind has been taken out of the sails of the chase with that wicket of Powdle. Whatever about the first 2, you don't want to lose either of those 2, but losing the skipper, as you said off air to me, a shot that probably wasn't necessary.
They were getting the runs, and he didn't time that as well. He got the inner half of the bat, and brilliant catch by Mohammad Wasim, diving to his left.
Beautifully bowled, good revs on the ball. Right now, an eerie hush hangs across the ground because UAE are dominating this game. They have dominated the last 15 overs or so. It's been one-way. Unable to make any contact. The 2 left-arm spinners just bowling where they want and keeping things very tight.
Yes, Bim Sharkey, he can play a fiddling role in the crease, but he'll have to stay there. Nicely bowled again. The ball drifting into the right-hander. Maiden over for Lakra. Nepal 38 for 3 after 8.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
Cutting edge technology. Jasle dincha perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
बैंकको धन सकिनेछ केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाख सम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
Early 3 wickets inside the 10 over the first power play. Now Kushal Burdell, he has to play nice. He has to bat there. He needs to stay there with Bim Sharkey, build up a partnership, just get closer to the target. If they reach around to 50 and 40 overs or 45 overs, there's still a chance if wickets are remaining.
Sweep shot, angles probably into the pad. Khan thinks it's out. I reckon it's missing off stump. It's turned quite a bit. There are a few fans. I wonder, are they making their way out of the ground? Reasonably steady flow. Yeah, I think that's going to miss off stump. That's right on the money again. Big concerns right now for Nepal. This chase is going nowhere.
They'll have to stay there, just play it late for the slower bowlers, Ayan and Lakra, like what Rohit did earlier. Tried to slog sweep that, got the inner half of the bat, down to in front of square in the leg side, just a single for Purtel. Talking about batting in such situation in such a track for the slower bowler, you have for the medium paces. That is what we saw earlier. Purtel hitting a 6, nicely swept but straight to the fielder.
UAE noticeably better in the field. That's our Farid, who's on as the sub fielder. And they've had their issues in the field, but they've been spot on the money.
Yes, they have. They've been diving around, tumbling around. We didn't see that earlier in the series.
Nicely swept around the corner. That'll be 4. We'll just bring a bit of relief, a bit of ease to what has been a very tough patch. 6 runs off the over. Nicely played by Bertel. It's 44 for 3.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जित या हेयर फलको फैसला हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी डभ गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Over he bowled was a maiden over, a good over for UAE. The last over that he bowled. Nepal 44 for 3 in 9 overs. Kushal Purtel moves to 20 of just 14 deliveries, whereas Bhim Sarki 2 of 8. They need to spend some time in the middle. Just rotate the strike, play with soft hands. There are lots of gaps. And the fielding of UAE is not.
Swept around the corner. I think this is going to be 4 more. Could be back-to-back boundaries. Outfield very quick as the sweep shot is proving effective right now for Nepal. And those couple of fans who might have just disappeared out the gate could be doing a quick U-turn coming back in.
Yes, nicely done by Bhim Sarki. Got a glove to it. The intent was right. Getting your front foot outside the line of half stump. That is how you should sweep a ball. Get your front leg outside the line of half stump. The LBW is going to be ruled out of the play.
Single, might be overthrows, no. Good work from man at long on, it comes around, you're long off even. It's because you can get 80 or 90 off the last 10 comfortably that you can afford to go at 5 and over for maybe the first 30 overs. Let's just take this forward. If it's 150 for 3 with 30 overs bowled, it's very much game on again. Another sweep around the corner, good stroke. Doesn't beat the man this time though. Zahor Khan gets around to keep it to a single.
Yeah, I think the Nepali batters, they want to sweep every ball. That is what Bhim Sarki did in the first ball of the over. I think that's too much of a risk just for a single. 50 is up for Nepal inside 10 overs.
Yeah, our graphics just lagging behind. I think with all the people at the ground, difficult to keep up with them. 50 up in the first power play as Sharkey and Bertel look to build something. I'm going to need to build something special. But again, on a very good batting surface, it's always easier said than done this. Bat for 20 overs, score at 5 and over, take it to 150 for 3 after 30. You're still in the game then. If it's 80 for 5, the game is over. A nice back foot punch will be a single. UAE certainly looking sprightlier than usual in the field.
Yes, after 10, Nepal, they are 52 for 3.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
मेरो ग्लो
Hazrat Bilal is replacing Ayan Khan, the youngster from the pavilion end. He had a very good outing yesterday, taking 4 wickets of PNG. He's a very smart bowler, Hazrat Bilal. He bowled with some aggression yesterday, bowling some bouncers with good pace, bowling back of the length. He found his length yesterday.
Yeah, with the absence of Kashif Daoud due to injury, it's given this man, he gets the ball for the first time outside the first power play and the second power play, a real chance. He's 35 years of age, Hazrat Bilal. He's only played 6 ODIs, not out the decision. This is close. This is very close. And if it's given as leg buys, which it is, I just wonder what this is missing. Maybe height.
Yeah, the ball didn't bounce as much as what Kushal Patel thought. Yes, probably the height. It hit the inner thigh pad. The benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman.
Well, look at the look back from Bertel. That was the look of a naughty schoolboy looking back at his headmaster, knowing he's done something wrong and he's in trouble. He was waiting for the dreaded finger to go up. Instead, a very marginal one, maybe just the height. And the bounce from Bilal going to carry that over the top. That's what the Sri Lankan umpire, Wimal Siri, believes. That would have been a big wicket from his first ball. Bilal pulled with some control, but no timing. Pick up a couple of runs into the leg side. Fresh off a career best, 4 for 47. That was just yesterday.
Bowling it back of the length, banging it into the turf, bowling those heavy balls to the batsman. Abhim Sarki got that nicely controlled shot, but no timing whatsoever. Not a boundary, but able to take 2 runs.
Don't need to play too many shots. Looking anxious to score boundaries, don't need to yet. Can build with singles, and if there is a good over, you can play out a good over. Maiden's not going to kill you now. 2 wickets will. They will be fatal. That would be the end of the chase. 5 down before 20. The game's gone in my book. These 2 build and bat for 20 overs. Get the crowd back into the game. All of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, still a very tall task, Nepal could get back into the game.
Exactly right, Lenny. They need to bat at least 20 more overs, these 2 batsmen, without losing any wicket from now on. Just built up a partnership.
With the way that this wicket is, and particularly the outfield, look at this, you see it here, generally runs very quickly. You'll pick up 1s, 2s and the occasional boundary. So even if you only score 4 and over for the next 10, that gets you nearly to 100. 100 for 3 after 20 is okay. Go at 5 and over then. Gets you to 150 after 30. Then you can reassess. Speak to Monty Desai at the second drinks break. Right, what are we doing? Who have we got to come? Do we go with Gulshan Jah next? Try and take that impact of the left arm spinners out of the attack whenever the next wicket falls. 3 wickets a hammer blow early, but there is still hope. Where there's life, there is hope. Dropped! Big moment. If that was taken, I think the game is gone. And it's the 17-year-old with maybe the first blemish that we've seen from him. Again, an aggressive stroke not needed. It's a dolly, really, to be honest, should have been taken.
Yes, it was a dolly that should have been taken at this level. 17-year-old youngster drops the catch. That will go down as a drop catch, a drop chance, I must say. And these two batters, they need a plan. They need to plan and execute that plan in the center. It's not about the planning in the pavilion. It's about planning in the center by these two batsmen.
Big moment in the game. Bertel dropped by Ayan Khan on 22. Guided away for 4. That's what the home fans love. They love a misfield in the deep. Insult to injury. 11 bowled, 60 for 3.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Need to build up an innings now. And the plan should be executed. It'll be an interesting chase if Nepal goes to, let's say, 25 to 30 overs.
Huge, absolutely huge. And we've seen the big ones come from Asif Khan and Mohammad Wasim, and look at that man in the grey top blowing double kisses to the sky as Bertel, he takes this shot on because Mohammad Wasim is up in the circle at mid-on and he won't be there anymore. The man in a grey jacket there, he was just evading Bertel, blowing him kisses from a distance. Back goes long on, in comes deep mid-wicket. Run rate, all of a sudden, it's a run a ball. Funny old game. Do you still feel they're playing too many shots, Paresh?
Yes, they are. The first two ball, 7 runs off it already. That is more than required rate. So they just need to bat this over out. Another good hit onto the mid-wicket boundary for yet another maximum by Kushal Bhuttel.
Well, this is such a good shot because of the field change. So he's gone over long on with a straight bat, and now he gets the slog sweep out with mid-wicket having come up. Get it over the head of Mustafa in the circle, you'll get 6. And that's exactly what he's done. It's 2 sixes in the over. And all of a sudden, the 2 biggest roars maybe of the entire day. Somehow there's a belief in the crowd again. I cannot imagine what we're going to see if Nepal somehow chase this down. Keep using that word somehow, I don't know what other word to use. Chance growing. Darted in, punched down the ground, good batting, gets the single after the 2 maximums.
Yeah, this is excellent batting by Kushal Patel. 14 runs already of 5 balls. You don't have to take any risk. That particular shot, the run rate is 6.25 already. The current rate and required is under the current rate, 6.21 to be precise.
They're ahead of the rate. How are they ahead of the rate? They've lost 3 wickets. Just need a measure of calm. Don't get carried away with the crowd. Stay in the game. It's a good over. The biggest one of the innings. The biggest one of the chase. 15 come from it. 75 for 3.
Well, you can see by the last over how good this track is for batting. If you miss the length by 3 or 4 inches, you'll get hit for a 6. This is how good this track is.
Have to keep their composure. Bim Sharkey and Kushal Patel. There is a partnership brewing. It's a good one too after the loss of their captain Paudel. No need to get carried away. Runs will come, and every run will be cheered.
Eyes on that life. His natural game is to attack, but he has to do it very carefully. He's already got a start. 39 of 23.
Oh, an underedge, real fortune. Again, Bilal causing problems. I'm getting messages from all over the cricketing world, from Australia, from New Zealand, from down south of the border in India, from the West Indies, from South Africa, from back home in Ireland, from across the Irish Sea in England. Everyone is talking about this game. This is an associate v associate clash. 5 years ago, there was no live streaming of these contests. There was barely even live scoring on some occasions. And greatest atmospheres you could ever imagine. And it's for an associate v associate clash to get maybe Nepal to Zimbabwe if they can win. And for UAE, they're just playing down to Namibia for the playoff. But that's where this Cricket World Cup League 2 has taken associate cricket. It's so good to see. This first cycle has been outstanding. So looking forward to the next one. It's going to get bigger and better in the years to come.
Yeah, credit goes to ICC to make this happen. And like you said, Lenny, 5 years ago, there was no live streaming, no live coverage as well. Kushal Patel played a very good shot, guided that down to third man for a single. Now, they should do that. The last over was a big one for.
This is a little bit quicker than you think, isn't he? He kind of bends his back right at the point of delivery. Bit of a surprise ball. Sharkey, not tall in stature, takes on the hook, doesn't get much of it.
This is the first wicket to go. Asif Sheikh, needless shot, a very poor selection of shot. Again, soft dismissal for Kushal Malla. Not timing that whatsoever, just a check shot. And this was not needed by Rohit Paudel. They were just building up a partnership, Kushal Patel and Rohit Paudel. That was needless by the captain. And Mohammad Wasim, the captain of UAE, taking that blinder of a catch, diving to his left.
For here, it has to be a case of consolidation. It has to be a time to rebuild. And Paresh, how will they do it? They're playing maybe one or two too many shots right now.
Yes, they are playing too many shots. They just need to stay there. Like I said, they need to plan their innings. It doesn't have to be a plan in the dugout, but the two people that are batting in the center, they need to make a plan and execute that plan to chase this target. They need a partnership here. Like you said, Lenny, in 30 overs, 150 for 3, that's not a bad ploy for these batters. Oh, good hook shot. Gone all the way for 6.
They're spinning with joy in the crowd. He's only just got it over the head of the deep backward square leg fielder. It's a very brave stroke, but it goes all the way for 6. It's 84 for 3. Here's a look at the replay. Very brave shot with the man out. Zahra Farid is tall, out at deep backward square leg, over his head. Look at the reaction.
Burtel deliberately went up in the air. He wanted to get 6 runs. He was capable of doing so. Moves to 46 of 27. Now this shows, Lenny, how good this track is for batting. If they have a composed mind, concentrate, they will definitely chase this target. It's too early to say that, but if you bat well, like I said, if you have to plan well, execute those plans.
World's Link
has a yard or two pace with him. Team Starkey on strike. Look at the chant. I can hardly hear myself here in the commentary box because of the roaring crowd and the grass banks. A spectacular crowd here. More than 15,000 people in the Tiouk International Cricket Ground. A good partnership building in between these two batsmen, Prem Sarki and Kushal Burtel.
Well, they're loving every moment, aren't they? A bit of a Mexican wave, a Kathmandu wave, if you will, rolls around the ground. No slip in place. Happy days, say the Nepali fans. 4 more to the total. There's a growing belief all of a sudden. The run rate is rocketing, and it's rocketing well in advance of the requirement. They need just over a run of ball, going over 7 and over now.
I think that was deliberately played by Bhim Sarki. He nods his head. I think he opened the face of the bat. There was an edge, but he opened the face of the bat to get it fine.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I think that's a generous reading of the affairs. Very generous. Paresh, he's starting to believe again. Are you believing at home? All of the Nepal fans. This is quite incredible. It really is. 7 and over they're going now. Now is the time for calm. It's impossible to implore it. Burtel 46 off 27. Sharkey 18 off 21. Just keep batting. These two are together at the 30 over mark. It is game on.
Yes, it is game on if they bat till the 30th over. Like I always say, you need to make a plan in the center and execute those plans. A good start for the over. 4 runs off the first ball. A dot ball to follow up. Oh, that's dropped. Again down to the boundary for 4 runs. Bhim Sharkey dropped on 18 by the keeper, Valthapa. That should have been taken by him. This is a regulation keeper's catch, I must say. He went to the wrong direction in the initial stage. That is why he dropped the catch.
Second drop of the innings and the loudest roar possibly of the whole day. Sharkey, he didn't play for this one. You can't give him that. And it's got to go into our notebook again. The first one dropped by one youngster. That was Ayan Khan. The second one put down by the keeper, Ashwant Valthapa. Wasn't necessarily regulation. It wasn't the easiest, but it should have been taken. So Ashwant Valthapa drops Bhim Sharkey. Off the bowling of Khan on 18. It's getting riotous, it's getting almost over exuberant. Can these two hold their composure for the 4th wicket partnership?
Yeah, that was a definite edge by Bhim Sharkey. Valthapa dropped it because he moved to his wrong side initially. That is why he had to move across to the right side of his. That is why he dropped the catch. And look at the crowd roaring there. A life for Bhim Sharkey and Kushal Bhurtel in this innings, and then they have to capitalize.
Very special. Whatever happens from here, very, very special what you're witnessing live. Don't think you'll be turning off in the next 2 hours. You can't take your eyes off this game. Well into line, well played Bhim Sharkey.
Nicely behind that ball, Bhim Sharkey. Zahur Khan just had a smile to his face. It's not his fault, he got the edge, but the keeper dropped it. He's bowled very well, back of the length. Bowling those heavy balls, hard balls. Like you said, Lenny, UAE is a very good bowling side. It will be difficult for Nepal to chase this target. They have to bat very well. They have to bat out of their skins.
Again, that was played for. Won't be 4 this time. The deep third fielders combine 9 runs from the over. It's 93 for 3.
बोय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Whipsy Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Cutting edge technology. Just lidinsa perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
To the attack, the premier bowler for UAE. He's a wicket-taking bowler. He was out of the field because he got himself injured on his right bowling thumb, but he's back into the attack from the pavilion end. Gone for 21 in 2 overs, has taken a wicket already off Kushal Malla. He's UAE's premier bowler, a quickie. He can bowl those back of the length hard balls, heavy balls.
This one's guided down to third man, one of Sharkey's go-to shots. Mustafa picks up cleanly. He'll have a big role to play today.
Yes, he's the magician of the UAE team. He runs through his overs very quickly, like what Dipendra Singh Aire does for Nepal. 2 similar character in the field. Apart from fielding, I must say, Dipendra Singh Aire Junaid Siddiq.
No single this time. Siddiq just makes a good angle to discourage them from taking on the one. Extra pace on the ball could be a chance for Bertel to continue his aggressive approach. He's 46 of just 28. And he's really stepping into the shoes of Mohammad Wasim and Asif Khan from the first innings.
Even if you bowl express pace, if you bowl at the right length, it will be very difficult for the batsman to get away. Very well bowled and nicely guided down to third man for a single. This is what they should do now. They've already over the required rate. They should play singles and doubles. That is what Bhim Sharkey is capable of.
Sense of belief. They haven't yet bowled a third of the overs and they're approaching a third of the score. They're ahead of the required run rate remarkably. Quite incredible support. It really has been. Some of the signs I'm Buddy Pradhan, possibly because he took a step outside his off stump. Down the track, worked into the leg side. He wants a couple here, and I think he's going to get them because it's been nicely weighted just to the edge of the 30-yard circle. Good batting from Bertel.
Yeah, that's even good running between the wickets by these two batsmen. Bertel moves to 49. Nicely done by Kushal Bertel. coming down the track, just playing with soft hands into the leg side. A good running between the wickets by these two batsmen. Very quick. Bhim Sarki, also known as the Jaunty Rhodes of Nepal. And he bats like Jaunty Rhodes. He just nudges around.
Got touch as well and poise. He's been given really good backing by his coaches. And he's getting to 50 again. Big applause from the crowd. It's his 5th one-day international 50 to go alongside his maiden ODI 100. I think he's going to need to double that up at least for Nepal to stay in this chase. He's only averaging 21, similar numbers to Mohammad Wasim, and he's batting a little bit like the UAE captain right now. 32 balls, 4 sixes and 3 fours.
Yeah, that was the shot of the day for me, just guiding that to the gap. Swept well and hit those lusty blows to the spinners. That was poor fielding effort there by Zohar Farid. This was one of the pickup shot by Kushal Budler. Back live now. Nicely played. Bhim Sarki. Forward defensive shot. It doesn't matter if you have a low run of let's say 3 or 4 runs per over till 2 or 3 overs, because they have run on the board. 98 for 3 now, eaching towards 100. This partnership is building up. Now they need a plan. I think they have a plan. They just need to execute that in the center.
Cut. And cut straight to the man. It's a packed area, isn't it? Backward point and a point right on square. And my oh my, how they've got back into this game, having lost those 3 early wickets. Can't quite get my head around. They've been aided by those 2 drops. They're going right at the required run rate. The 30 over mark. Great joy in the crowd. What a run they've been on. 10 wins from 11. But it's no use if they don't make it 11 from 12. They don't.
Place. And the drinks has been called. We'll take a short break here in the comedy box. We'll be back soon.
just small embers. Can they build a fire out of those embers? Get it to burn brightly in Kathmandu. It's after 3 o'clock already. This game is going to go right the way to 5:30. And this match, the 126th one in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, could be set to go the distance.
Yes, that was beaten outside the off stump. A good ball by Siddiq, shot up back of the length. That was not a cutter, it was a seam-off delivery by Siddiq. He's mixing his pace, Siddiq. He's understood that a slower ball is the way to go.
This could be gone. It is. The cut shot, and Siddiq roars with delight. He loves it. It's another cutter. The extra bounce from the tall man has found the edge. The drinks break has brought about the wicket, and the game swings heavily now towards the UAE.
A perfect time to get wicket by UAE. The fourth one. Kushal Patel. Was a seam-up delivery. The third ball, again a cutter, and taken a wicket. 2 dot balls and a wicket in this over. A good one for UAE.
Big call. It's going to be Ari Sheikh rather than Dipendra Singh Airi. I think, given the situation, given the big game aspect, I would have been tempted to go with Dipendra Singh Airi. That number 6 bowled brilliantly, will have been full of confidence, was excellent in the field. Instead, they're going to go to the elder of the 2 Sheikh brothers. And that will surely be given as a wide outside the off stump. Junaid Siddiqui's as good as they come around the associate circuit. Fine fast bowler, and the cutter has just proved a bit too much for Bertel to deal with. He was tempted by the cut shot and he paid the price.
Yes, Arif Sheikh has played 29 matches, 543 his total runs in League 2. Junaid Siddiq is bowled very well today, taken 2 wickets already. Very well bowled. Outside off stump.
The umpire's arms had a wobble there, didn't they? They thought about giving the wide, right, flirting with the wide line. Gets away with it. Shy of 100, they've lost their 4th wicket, Nepal, and they need to find a way into the game. I have to say the approach for the last 7 or 8 overs hasn't been the most sensible. Maybe getting a little carried away with the crowd. Understand the concept of a counter-attack, but it wasn't what was needed.
Exactly, it was not needed. 4 wickets down already under 20.
Also N160 with you.
Hopes and weights of the nation is on your shoulders, young man. Can you flicked around the corner, no fine leg in place. Sharkey says, take that, Mohamed Wasim. I'll bat the way I please, and I'll get 4 more to my name. The 100's up in the 18th over.
Yeah, mind game playing by the captain Mohamed Wasim to the youngster. Nicely done by Bhim Sharkey, playing a scoop shot over fine legs fielder for 4 runs. Fine leg fielder was a bit square. That is what Zaur Khan needed when he started the over. He was telling the fine leg fielder to come a bit squarer. I think that is what Bhim Sharkey recognized and played that shot fine.
Guided behind square. Be a single to follow up the boundary. Good batting. And these two, we said it about the previous pair, these two have to bat to at least the 30 over mark. Sandy Plamachani already has the pads on. Head and hands there for one of the team. This is a squad that has gone on a phenomenal journey since Monty Desai's appointment. Even if they lose today, they have plenty to be proud about. They have retained their ODI status. They will have to then go through the playoff if they do lose. The way they're playing, they'll have a good chance down there. Top 2 will still go to Zimbabwe, and it might in some ways aid their development, who knows. But wouldn't they love to chase down this total, to break the records, to make history, to get to Zimbabwe automatically?
The highest score for Nepal in ODI is 297. If they chase this target, it looks very hard from now on. It will be a record break for Nepal yet again. They chased 287 against Namibia to post that highest chase in ODIs.
Just a little bit of a squeeze on Arif Sheikh. This is good captaincy. 6 men in the circle. Mid-off and mid-on both come up. Mid-on's a little square. Maybe encouraging Sheikh to play an on-drive. For Sharkey, will we get an extra one in for Sheikh? Wasim just trying to squeeze Nepal. A little bit deflated right now, understandably, with the 4 wickets lost. These two will surely need to bring them up to past the 200 marker.
And look at the crowd there in the grass banks and out of the ground as well, behind the white wall. Now it's a very steep ask for Nepal to chase this target. Yet another plan to be made in the centre by these 2 batsmen.
That is Arif Sheikh, and he checks it down to fine leg for a single. 8 runs come from the over. with the boundary from the ramp shot. It's 107 for 4.
प्रस्तुत छ Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
7 for 4. Really hope you're enjoying the coverage. And if you do have any messages for either me or Paresh Lahani, do use that hashtag CWCL2 or send them into @cricketbadge, cricket BADGE. We'll try to get to some of them. We're not going to get to all of them. Let us know where you're watching from. Are you enjoying the action? Are you worried? Are you a UAE fan that is delighted with the turnaround in your form? Are you a Nepal fan? Do you still believe that the chase can be pulled off? So get those messages in, hashtag CWCL2. Some of the numbers we've seen online here, I've got 2 devices up. Hundreds of thousands of concurrent viewers watching just online, millions watching on the television, tens of thousands around the ground. Or send us a message in on Twitter or Instagram @cricketbadge. You can get me. Question for Paresh Lahani if you want. And we'll try to get to a few of them whilst the seamers are bowling. There should be time with a slight lull in play here. That's the cutter. Nicely played. Work for Mustafa to do. He does it well. Surprised not to see Rohan Mustafa give him the ball yet.
Well, the medium pacers are doing a good job for UAE. He's not needed at the moment. He's a partnership breaker. If these two batsmen built up a partnership, they can off cutter. Nicely played by Arif Sheikh for a single.
Lovely scenes in the background. Let's even get that shot for you again. You have to love the comments on social media. Tanaj Sapkota straight in. Why is Paresh so sad? We'll have more games next week. That baby's looking a bit sad right now. Beats the outside edge. That is the benefit of defeat today. You would give 5 matches in Namibia, albeit 5 highly pressured ones. But a top 2 finish there would still send Nepal to Zimbabwe. And with the way Monty Desai's men have played, there should be a belief, even if they go down to defeat here, that they can get through that playoff.
Let me tell you, I'm not sad. It's just my expression.
You're worried, concerned, disconcerted right now. The former national team captain with me, Paresh Lahani, the great man, Tony. As this is an off-cutter again, worked into the leg side. Arif Sheikh will take his time, and maybe that's just what Nepal needed. Maybe that is what Monty Desai was thinking. I'm not going to send out Dipendra Singh Hari yet. Nothing like the hug of a mum to tidy things up. Sandeep Sheikh still out at the 100th wicket.
I must say that's a weapon, the Trishul. Junaid Siddique is doing a good job here for UAE. The track, slower you bowl, the more effective it will be.
Reminder, if you are sending those messages, tell us where you're watching from, otherwise they can chase this total at Cricket Badge. Believe. Messages flooding in across social media. They're going to come in their thousands. I'm sorry if we can't read them all out. And we'll get to as many as we can. Another off-cutter beats the outside edge, so nearly finds the outside edge. End of a tight over, just 2 runs come from it. It's 109 for 4.
XH Simplifying Technology.
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुरामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ। जिम्मेवार बैंकको रूपमा एनएमबी बैंक, समृद्ध नेपालको लागि।
गुरुमै छ विश्वास जनताको
Financing for success since 1995.
Will be Nepal joining them unless they can make. Contained 6 games each, makes 126 matches in total, and just the one dead rubber out of all of the 126. Great credit to the format, the structure, the meritocratic aspect of it. It's worked really, really well as Can's going to continue. Great view there, isn't it? Up in the VVIP section, big hit. Where's this gone? Oh, it's gone. Not quite all the way, but 4 more to Sharkey, back live.
That was nicely pulled away by Bhim Sharkey from outside the off stump. The square leg, deep square leg was a vacant area there. Oh, it's rather in front of square into deep mid-wicket region. A good boundary for Bhim Sharkey, a commanding boundary for him.
One of the lovely things about today and this big showcase, this big platform for associate cricket, there's no other internationals on today. I think South Africa play West Indies later in the day, but right now all the eyes of the cricketing world, they're right here. They're on Kathmandu and getting messages from so many of the test nations, from India, watching on live on Fan Code, from fans enjoying the action of plenty down in Australia. As always, it must be getting late in the day there. Some fans staying up to the middle of the night in the United States of America as well. People watching on from Sydney, that's Kapil Sharma. To come though, Paresh, and more than 30 overs still to bat.
Yes, I've been saying that they need a plan in the centre. They're still defending idol yet to come. Gulshan Jackson stopped the ball. Even Pandit Langton is batting very well these days. In the centre.
Yeah, I think Sampal Kami will probably be a 10, and he started his career as a batter, a very fine player. So there is batting to come, but they have to take this game deep. They have to stay in the game. And the steady wickets that have fallen, and remember, 2 drop catches alongside it, just haven't helped them. Bhim Sharkey moves to 36 now off 41 deliveries. He, alongside Ari Sheikh, will need to work something together. So Khan trying to stop them from doing so. Cut powerfully and put down again. My oh my. The Butterfingers, they are spreading amongst this Emirati team. The third one goes down.
And the second one by the youngster, the 17 years of age, Ayan Khan, drops another sitter. This time Arif Sheikh dropped on 3. It was a good shot, but played in the air, not in the gap. The youngster, look at this again, a very good camera work there.
3 regulation chances, have to say. Well, Thappa's maybe the most difficult of the 3, but Ayan Khan, we've done nothing but sing his praises. But his fielding, key position, backward point, has let him down. This time guided down for a single. Can they make use of these lives? They're being given gifts from the heavens.
Yeah, everything happening. Lenny under 20 overs, 4 wickets down, 3 drop catches. Nepal going in a good rate, 5.80, and required rate almost 6.5. 5 runs off this over so far, 2 balls remaining.
It's a favoured region of Bhim Sharkey. He will keep the strike.
Suggestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
These two quicks are going to continue in what is an extended spell. Lots of questions coming in on social media. Got to get to a few of those if we can. As Bim Sharkey early in his ODI career may need a career best. Continues to favour that third man region. Monish Dahal asking Andrew and Paresh, do you think Dipender Singh Airi is held back to take advantage of the last 10 overs where we've seen how dangerous he can be? He's watching on from Canberra, Australia.
Yes, I think so. That is the plan by the head coach Monty Desai, holding him back. Earlier, and Bhim Sharkey playing well, running the ball down to the third man for a single. Again, cutter by Junaid Siddiq. Nicely done by Arif Sheikh for a single, down to third man. If they can do this another 10 overs, that is, they can surely get to 160 or 170, taking 5 or 6 runs per over without taking any risk.
And this is the madness of the occasion. The occasion's got the better of everyone, even possibly us up here analysing the game at times. Everyone's just getting a bit carried away. It's a time for cool and calm heads. Even Rohit Powell, the man who never gives it away, somewhat soft dismissal. Bat for 10 overs, take the game deep. Ones, twos are needed now, not boundaries. If you get to 165, let's say, 170 even, 170 for 4 from the 30 over mark, if that was the case, that would leave you around 140 off the last 20 overs. Paresh, it's very achievable.
Yes, it is. That is why they need a partnership here. Whereas Bhim Sharkey is playing very good, taking that singles. That was outside off stump, given as wide.
Yeah, good decision. He took his time, umpire Siri, but that's definitely a wide. You don't want to penalise the batter for playing a stroke at it. You take a look at the replay of this, it's gone significantly past the guideline. You won't see from that angle. See if we can get one more look possibly. But there's some late shape away from Sadiq, who often is used in short bursts, but instead he's been given an extended spell here. Off cutter again. He's probably bowled about 50% off cutters since that 2 over spell at the top. This comeback spell, it's been impressive from one of the best in associate cricket.
Yes, it has been. He's mixing his pace, bowling those cutters. Yes, it was outside the marker there. It was definitely a wide, rightfully called by the umpire. Good comeback spell by Junaid Siddiq. After getting his thumb injured, going back to the pavilion, done some treatment and coming back with a good spell.
Cut nicely, cover sweeper in place, so it'll just be a single. The crowd also need to acknowledge and recognise where the game is at, and they should be really cheering these singles, encouraging these singles. I know they want to scream for 4s and 6s, but now is not the time. That can come in the final 20 overs, particularly the final 10. Now is the time to go for singles and 2s, and for the crowd to get behind those and recognise that if these two can get the score to 200 and leave the last 5 batters after this 110 to get, maybe, just maybe, the impossible could be chased down, could be hunted down. Beautifully played, but straight to the man.
Yes, only 5 runs off the over with a wide. 21 gone, Nepal 121 for 4.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route.
Rohan Mustafa being introduced into the attack. I think this is a good move by Mohammad Wasim, bringing the musician of the UAE team. He'll rush through his overs. This is an interesting part of the chase. If they don't give wicket to Mustafa, if they even can score 4 to 5 runs per over without taking any risk against Mustafa, that'll be a very good achievement for the Nepali batters. There's a slip for Mustafa Rizwan at slips. Mustafa, as usual, he wants the right field of his bowling.
Big swing and a miss, and has the back foot lifted. Arif Sheikh with an expansive drive attempted from the very first delivery. Let's take a look at the back foot. Oh, would have needed to be a very good piece of work from Valthapa. His glove work. Scooped over the head of the fielder. Should get at least a couple. May even think of a third. Good running, Bim Sharkey. Lightning quick. Mustafa extends his arms. Can't understand how. They picked up 3, but they have. Nepal still playing a lot of shots.
Yes, the first ball was a bit lobby ball by Mustafa. Arif tried to hit it out of the ground, but completely missed it. This was a reverse sweep attempted by Arif Sheikh. Didn't go straight to the fielder, but able to take 3 runs. Bim Sharkey, good running between the wickets, called for the third.
We do love a message when you send them in. What about this one, Rakesh? Watching the game in Lubbock, Texas. It's 4:45 a.m. I've watched every single ball and I'm not going to bed. I still believe that we, I presume it's a Nepali fan, will get to 311 and get to Zimbabwe. Quick single. This is more like it. Don't need to take risk at this stage of the game. Mustafa frustrated.
Yeah, you should frustrate the bowlers like this. Play with soft hand, taking quick singles. The bowler will be frustrated and the 30-yard fielder will come in to stop the singles, and then you can capitalize on playing over the fielder's head. 186 more required of 170 balls. Nicely bowled by Mustafa. A bit flight given by Mustafa.
Whatever analogy we use, you've just got to take this game deep. Cut away right out of the middle of the bat. Now there is a man out there, so it'll just be a single. 22 overs.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash le marcha 99.9%. Carpet ko शहंशाह
has been introduced into the attack by Mohammad Wasim. 5 overs bowled by him in his first spell, 17 for 2. A pick of the bowlers for me. Has dropped 2 catches, 2 sitters. Arif Sheikh dropped by Ayan earlier.
A chance for a bit of redemption for the youngster. After 2 drops, he's been so good with the ball. Such a talent. I know we don't have official awards for the tournament as a whole, but if you're talking about the most promising youngster, despite the fact he's only played, 10 or 11 of the 36 games UAE have played, I think Ayan Khan would be in the reckoning.
Maybe. Look at that.
Well, it's part of the Nepali Cricket Supporters Society, and he doesn't mind that he's being snared on national television. I think the wife knows now, Paresh. What do you think?
Yes, I think the wife is waiting for him with a stick at home. 7 runs off this over without taking a risk. This is good batting by these 2 batsmen. Make that 8 runs off the over after 23. Nepal 134 for 4.
Goodwill Finance. Financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स बाई एसियन पेन्ट्स कटिङ एज टेक्नोलोजी जसले दिन्छ पर्फेक्ट बाथरुम एक्सपिरियन्स इन एभ्री वे बाथ सेन्स बाई एसियन पेन्ट्स engineered to delight.
It's just a hint of a growing belief in the crowd. Still not at the halfway stage of this chase. Love to see what that sign says. Can't quite read that one. Back live with you now. Just a quick single. The interest in this game. We're delighted to have Paul Radley on air earlier. And one of the things he said to me at the halfway stage, he never thought he'd see something this big in associate cricket. It's quite astonishing. We're not talking about an associate team at a World Cup here. We're not talking about the halcyon days of Kenya in 2003 at the World Cup, Ireland on 07 and 11, Afghanistan in 2016 at the T20 World Cup, the Netherlands at those 2 T20 World Cups, and the most recent one, double Dutch in England and beating South Africa. This is associate v associate, and that's what makes it special. And as we said to Paresh as he rejoined me now, 5 years ago, this game might have had just live scoring and that would have been it. It certainly wouldn't have had live streaming, it wouldn't have had television coverage. Anywhere in the world you can access this for free on ICC TV. If you're here in Nepal, you're watching on Kantapur. This is just the start of something for the associate game, and hopefully the spread and the growth of the game through that next ICC right cycle. Remember, it's 20 teams the T20 World Cup expands to. Tell us about that shell. We hear them being blown.
That is, I'll come to that after this ball. Nicely done by Arif Sheikh off the back foot down to deep square leg. That is one of the traditional, when you do puja and stuff, that is called sanka, that is a shell. 5 runs off this over so far without taking a risk. This is good going by these two batsmen. Or try to sweep that off the off stumper. Lucky Bhim Sharkey didn't go to hit the stumps, didn't turn.
And for Sharkey, he really does enjoy those ramps, paddles and laps. Good running, really good manipulation of the ball into the gap. It's just his 9th ODI, averaging 40. Got into this off the back of a prolific Nepal T20. He's one of the leading run scorers, and he hit the ball with a lot of power as well, lots of sixes.
छिटो भनेकै World's Link.
Yes, these batsmen are doing a good job. The last over ball by Mustafa yielded 6 runs without taking any risk. Onto his pads. Arif Sheikh denied the single there. They're talking about this partnership. It's building up slowly and steadily. They are taking
it also shows that Arif Sheikh, who's 16 off 25, that's not hurting the chase right now, that's helping the chase. And that's the unique aspects of where you need to be. If you set your benchmarks every 5 overs, get to the end of the next 5 after this one, take that score with 5 runs and over, up to 170 for 4. And then it's 150
remaining. And I think that these two batsmen, they've talked through it. They are targeting 5 overs by 5 overs. Nicely clipped away off his pads. Wants to take 2 runs, easily taken. Good running between the wickets here. Played it on the gap.
And there's a coolness, isn't there? There's a calmness about Arif Sheikh. And he's physically not as big or as strong as his younger brother either. He's very elegant, very pleasing on the eye, and that's a lovely shot. Going to be a challenge in the deep for Hazrat, who does well to keep it to a couple. No risk, 5 runs in the over.
Yeah, that is what I was talking about. You can easily take 5 or 6 runs per over without taking any kind of risk. Arif Sheikh moves to 20 of just 28 deliveries.
Well, 6 runs, no risk, and at the halfway stage of the chase, this game is still alive. You can't take your eyes off it. It's 146 for 4. Difficult to get to any messages right now, but when we get the Seamers back on, we'll keep answering your questions where we can. Reminder to tell us where you're watching from, and if you're enjoying the action on ICC TV, on fan code down in India or here with the Kantapur HD TV team in Nepal. I reckon this may be the most viewed associate v associate game in the history of associate cricket. Arif Sheikh doing a nice little job here, 22 off 30. That will do nicely for the moment.
Good batting by these two batsmen. And look at Mustafa's over. He's bowled 2 overs for 11. 5.5 his economy rate without taking a risk. The premier bowler, the magician of UAE.
And you just sense as the singles turned down by Sheikh, I think there might have been one there, that Mustafa's going to have an impact. It's what he does. He always has an impact. He loves a big stage. It's been well publicised, the difficulties that UAE have been through over the last month, but he's generally been very consistent, ever competitive, and usually highly frugal with his bowling. Sharkey doesn't want to take too many risks against the vastly experienced off-spinner. Bit of pressure building up, a couple of dots.
Yeah, if he could score 40 runs against Mustafa in 10 overs without giving him a wicket, Nepal would take it.
Sadly, my Nepali hasn't quite got good enough to read that one for you just yet. But great to see the passion and the enthusiasm, the exuberance of the fans. All decked out and signs made. There's 4 dots now, build pressure. Can they have the experience, Sharkey and Sheikh, to just allow a difficult over get through without giving away a wicket?
Played by Bhim Sharkey with soft hands, moves to 49, only 2 runs of it's over. After 26, Nepal 148 for 4.
बैंकको धन सकिनेछ केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ जिम्मेवार बैंकको रूपमा एनएमबी बैंक समृद्ध नेपालको लागि
Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Only difference, I'd have been wrapped in an Irish flag cap on. Mum would have forced me to wear that. Make sure I didn't get too much sun. Glasses on. I'm just twirling out a few leg breaks. That's what I would have been doing, mate.
Well, you're here in Nepal. You'll probably put on the Nepali flag. Like this guy and this guy as well.
It's a beautiful flag as well. Change in bowling. Hazrat Bilal back into the attack. Bowled a very threatening 2 overs. Going to be 50 for Bhim Sharkey. And just listen to that ovation. It's just his 9th one-day international. It's his 2nd 50. Come at a good pace off 60 deliveries. That strike rate is fine. Maybe just for the first time, the bench looking somewhat comfortable in this chase.
Yes, it's just because of this partnership between Bhim Sharkey and Arif Sheikh. 6 fours in that 50 runs for Bhim Sharkey. Arif Sheikh doing a good job giving company to Bhim Sharkey, just rotating the strike, nudging the ball here and there, taking singles and doubles without taking any risk.
Short ball really rushes Sheikh. The 150 is going to come up though. Sheikh might think of a second. He's going to take on the keeper. Really good running. Wait for the signal. Given his leg buys, it won't matter a bit. The 150s come up. And even some still in their school uniforms there are in. This game, if it goes the distance, it's going to be close to 6 p.m. It'll be in the fading light. Maybe, just maybe, Nepal start to believe they could pull this off.
Yes, these batsmen, they should have the belief that they can pull this off. It's not about we talking here. It's about the players who are in the center and in the dugout. the upcoming batsmen, they should have the belief that they can pull this off, whereas UAE, they need to take a wicket or two to just get back into the game. Mind you, they are on top at the moment, but Nepal slightly going away from the game.
Still think UAE ahead. But there is definite life, definite hope. He's guided nicely straight to the third fielder. I think I'm getting confirmation that it wouldn't just be a record chase for Nepal, it wouldn't just be their highest ever ODI score, it would also, in the entirety of Cricket World Cup League 2, remember we're in the 126th and final one-day international in this cycle, it would be a record-breaking chase from any of the 7 teams. I think it's 307 that was the highest chase thus far. Get that checked. That shows the scale of the challenge for Nepal. Just lost his run-up completely there, didn't he? It was indeed, thanks to Bertus de Jong for this. UAE versus Oman, February 5th last year. 307 chased down. Nobody's got to 311. All sorts of records are going to need to tumble for Nepal to get automatically to Zimbabwe.
Well, Nepal, they have broken some records in the last 3 series, particularly in the home turf, chasing the highest target, making the highest target in ODIs, and probably they're going to break this record as well in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, chasing the highest target.
Dug in. I think this is going to be given as a wide. There was maybe a hint of a deflection, and again Sharkey had a little bit of a nervous look back at the keeper, but instead it's a run to the total. Let's take a look at the replay.
It was way outside the leg stump. That ball swung after pitching very exaggeratedly.
Yeah, it was actually swing after it passed the bat. You can get that sometimes when you bowl seam up, it may hit the seam and then the ball will spiral one way or the other. Occasionally it will just go straight and then keep swinging. It swung and swung further wide, correctly given by the umpire. Definitely a bit quicker than you think he is, Hazrat Bilal. And he has both Sharkey and Sheikh rushed for pace.
Yes, he's rushed both the batsmen by his pace. He doesn't look that sharp, but in his load up, and after he finishes, he bends his back, bowls that back of the length, and hurries the batsman to their shot. A very good bowler to have you in your team. Already 5 runs off 4 balls without taking any risk.
That's a very good stroke. Right on top of the bounce. He may be short in stature, but it's come out of the middle of the bat. 4 to Sharkey, 4 more to Nepal.
If the youngster is watching, that is the way to play a cut shot. Beautifully done by Bhim Sharkey, right on top of the ball. A good partnership building here for Nepal.
If you do your maths, past the halfway stage of the chase. They've used up slightly more than half their overs, but the required run rate's manageable. 6.6. I'm certain I saw 4 or 5 fans leave the ground when the 3rd wicket fell. Take your eyes off this contest. Good over for Nepal. It's 158 for 4.
XH Simplifying Technology.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Whipsay Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
I'll tell you something. If I look from here, I reckon that is about 35, 40 metres off the ground. That's right towards the top of the tree. If we can zoom out, slowly from that shot. Just keep zooming out. You won't believe how high these guys are. There's more up above them. Keep zooming out. Keep the camera high if we can. There's another tier. Back live, 4 more. This time it's Sheikh through the offside. There's definitely a growing belief around this ground, Paresh.
Yes, there is certainly a belief amongst the crowd, and belief for these players as well. Bhim Sarki, nice cover drive by him. Down to extra cover for a boundary. Moves to 58, and you can hear the chant.
Doesn't it show you how far this team has come under the new head coach Monty Desai? And time's gone by. If Paris Kadka was gone and Guyan Endramala was gone and maybe Sharad Vrsaker was gone, that was it. It was game over. Even a year, 18 months ago, if Rohit Powdell didn't get runs or Asif Sheikh didn't get runs, the game was over. But now, Bertel's made 50. Sheikh went for a duck. Powdell maybe somewhat gave it away. Kushal Malla likewise. But 2 other young men are stepping. And it's growing in confidence and in stature. And Mustafa, thus far, hasn't looked too threatening.
Yes, 6 runs off the over so far without taking any risk. The first ball went for a boundary. Nicely played with soft hand, Bhim Sarki. This is good batting by these 2 batsmen. Hitting a 4, one and then taking a single, playing with soft hands, building up a partnership. Good batting.
Really good. This is what we'd been advocating for so long throughout the first 15 overs. Nudge it around. If there's a bad ball, put it away, of course. And look at the hands on hips. It's a double teapot from Mustafa. The runs continue to come. 28 bowled, 166 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Okay, maybe not in terms of wickets fallen. In fact, they've both lost 4 wickets at this point, so well ahead. They have that blitzkrieg to catch up upon. We support Nepal. Where's that whiteboard come from? Was that being taken from school?
I have no idea, Lenny. Hazrat Bilal to continue.
There was a long conflab, wasn't there, of discussion between Mohammad Wasim and Hazrat Bilal. What's the plan here for UAE to get back in the game now?
Well, still, I think UAE right on top, but Nepal eaching their way above UAE. If this partnership lasts for another 50 or 60 runs, then Nepal will be on top. In the meantime, these batters are doing a very good job, a good partnership. Arif Sheikh playing on 25 of 35, Bhim Sarki 61 of 67. What a batsman he has been for Nepal recently. And nicely done.
Good pickup though from Rohan Mustafa, and that's going to save the single. Good call, I think, from Arif Sheikh. Great to hear your messages. Bikash Dungal, listen to this one. He's in the Czech Republic. He's watching on ICC TV. He's supposed to be working, and my manager keeps reminding me of my jobs, but I'm not doing them. I'm watching the game, and I've told him I'll buy him a whole month grocery shopping if Nepal wins. Great to hear the passion. Such a huge diaspora around the world that are cheering on Nepal and everything they do. This team, it's the very identity of the country.
Yes, it is. That is why we saw in the morning the Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal, Pushpa Kapil Dahal, coming here as a chief guest. Oh, nicely played. Beautiful shot. A neat touch all the way for 6 runs. That's 4 runs, sorry.
Well, they're clapping in the control room. We can hear them in our ears. Everyone is cheering them on at this ground. That's a gorgeous stroke. It's the uppercut played with full control. Right off the face of the bat. It's a shot that Sheikh likes because he's short in stature. Every batter has to have a method of dealing with the short ball, and he deals with it really well. Good stroke. We spoke about it getting to 170 at the 30 over mark. They're ahead of that. It's 141 more to win. They have over 20 overs to do it. And because of that, you can afford a dot ball. You can afford a tied over. And certainly, this game, which was not on a little while ago, is very much alive thanks to the efforts of Bertel, of Sheikh and of Sharkey.
Yes, and that was a very good comeback ball by Bilal. A Yorker length ball by him. And look at the spectators again. Full house here at the TU International Cricket Ground. The grass banks are full with spectators.
Slower ball out of the back of the hand. I think he's picked it. Guides it down to third man. Lovely to hear from everyone. The diaspora of the Nepali people is spread all over the world, with huge hubs in Australia and the United States of America in particular. Seen a lovely photo there from Griniash, who's watching on from Sydney, and he's painted his full face in the Nepali flag. Really great to hear from all of you. Kalyana Adhikari saying, "We will rise from the top of Sagarmatha." That's the local name for Everest. Keep cheering. And we are hearing and watching in great numbers in Melbourne, in Australia. Driven, not out of the middle of the bat by any stretch, but 6 runs again come from the over without too much risk. 29 bowled, 172 for 4.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
Cutting edge technology. Jasle dincha perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
All over the world. It really is a special occasion, this. Even if Nepal can't get over the line, they have so much to be proud of. Manish Dahal has a question for you, Paresh. He wants to know, who should the next man in be? Should it be Sandeep Lamachani to play a few big shots?
No, we don't need any big shots at the moment.
The game. Just get a quick look at the bowling figures and see the options for the UAE. There's been 6 bowlers used, but Mustafa, ineffective, taken out of the attack. It's fallen at 1 and 6. Third wicket went down at 37, and there was a partnership with Bertel and Sharkey, but now this partnership is the one that's breathing real hope, real life. Backup Mund watching on. Nicely driven. Doesn't quite beat mid-off. Their fate lies in the hands of this Nepali chase. USA will be there, UAE will be there, Papua New Guinea certainly, Jersey and Canada. We know the identity of 5 of the 6 teams in the playoff. Who's going to be the 6th? Will it be Nepal? Will they fall short here? Or are Namibia going to have to play on home soil to get to Zimbabwe?
Well, it all depends on this game. Zaur Khan, a touch expensive today.
I have never seen such interest in an all-associate clash from the Test Nations. So many messages from India, from South Africa, from Sri Lanka, even now Bangladesh. The reason why is look at the stage that's been set. Look at the beauty of this occasion. There's a growing belief in this crowd that maybe, just maybe, they can make history.
Yes, that will be definitely on cards for the national side here for Nepal, the home side. The crowd backing them up. They're batting well, Arif Sheikh and Bhim Sarki. A good partnership between these two batsmen. Only a single of the 3 balls of this over, the 30th over of the innings.
And again, because of the position they've got into, an occasional very tight over, and it's a good probing one this from Zahoor Khan. He's generating a bit of movement, coming a bit wider of the crease, threatening the inside and the outside edge. It's very much okay and keeps the equation still achievable. Could well be close to that 140 to win from the final 20 overs. But they would have taken that when it was 6 for 2.
Yes, and Zahoor Khan is a very smart bowler. He bowls Yorkers in the death overs. I'll not be surprised if he bowls a Yorker here as well in the middle overs. It was on the pads, nicely flicked away by Arif Sheikh. They're looking for 2. Yes, easily. They are looking for 3. Good running between the wickets by Bhim Sarki and Arif Sheikh.
There's more down, and Bhim Sarki immediately keenly aware there was a chance of a third. 0 risk from Sheikh, 3 more runs to the total. I cannot remember a game that's ebbed and flowed as much as this in recent times. 6 overs to go. Nepal were looking almost certain to keep UAE under 250, and then a sensational blitz from Asif Khan with his maiden ODI century has changed the context of this game. But the batting wicket is holding up. Nepal are staying in this chase. They're taking it ever deeper. Under edge, so it's going to be a dot ball. Only 4 runs from that over. Good comeback from Khan. 30 bowled. It's 176 for 4.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जित या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज। डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ। अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी। डभ गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको। Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Little drop of shoulders for them because of this partnership, and you can look at the dugout of Nepal team a bit relaxed now after that early wickets. Sandeep Lamchani is batted on, even Gulshan Shah. Where is Dipender Singh Airi?
He's just hanging out in the back. He's ready. He's always ready to go. We love Dipender Singh Airi, don't we? What a great cricketer he is, the 3-dimensional man. Another sign that certainly Wasim not happy with where this game is headed in the last 20 or 30 minutes. Sadiq called upon for another spell, his 3rd spell, this time from the pavilion end. And you sense that Wasim wants a wicket, and he wants it very shortly.
Yes, that was nicely played by Arif Sheikh, letting the ball come into him. Played it very late with soft hands for a single. This is good batting by these two batsmen. Junaid Siddiq has been called for his another spell, the 3rd spell of his innings. He's done a very good job. 6.1 overs, 32 for 2.
Prabin Rejmi is watching on from Northampton, the UK. Dangi, for you. Paresh, will the 1s and 2s work for Nepal, or do they need boundaries?
This situation, 1 and 2s, they are getting 5 or 6 runs per over easily without taking any risk. So boundaries are not, like I've been saying it, there's yet another boundary for Bhim Sarki, a much needed one in the condition, in the situation.
And the boundaries will come, that's the point we're making. If you frustrate the opposition, if you bat time on what's a brilliant batting wicket, he loves this part of the ground, doesn't he? And the deep third fielder doesn't know where to go, finer or wider. Vridia Aravan dives in vain. The emotions of today have taken their toll on everyone. You can almost feel a traumatised crowd. Their blood pressure's been raised one more time by the cardiac kids, as they're known. Nepal rings out the chant around the ground now. Sadiq, to me, in this spell, looks down on pace, looks a little stiff, a little ill at ease in his run-up.
Yes, he looks a bit stiff, a tall guy, a well-built guy. Junaid Sadiq has done wonders for his team in recent past. Has bowled pretty well today as well, taking those 2 early wickets. Nepal right on the chase, 181 for 4. Talking about these 2 batsmen, they have done a wonderful job in the centre, rotating the strike, hitting 4s.
Right on the money, good length that from Sadiq. Kamal Powdell asking, watching on Kantapur from Gaidakot, Nepal, wondering who was ahead on Duckworth Stern. I think Nepal are ahead of the par right now, but I don't think that's going to matter. No signs of rain, and hopefully we'll have more than enough light to play the last 90 minutes or so of this play. And certainly this has been an occasion that is fitting what's been an excellent league, and the match is fitting the occasion now too. Thuds into the pad, full, straight, gone! Sadiq, he roars with delight. The final delivery from his comeback over, he gets the breakthrough that Wasim wanted, and that changes the game again. Sharkey trapped LBW for 67.
Yes, that was very smart bowling by Sadiq, stump to stump, bowling it. It looks very adjacent, but the height might be a factor, but not for the umpire, given out. Drinks has been called in the field.
That's the moment the finger goes up from Muasiri. He's gone for 67, and critical time to lose a wicket in the 31st over. Nepal 181 for 5. We'll take a 5-minute break here. Back with you with the final session in a few moments.
प्रस्तुत छ Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination. Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand.
Goodwill Finance. Financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स।
भरोसा छ हाम्रो हुन्छन् अवश्य पुरा जीवनका अनेक उत्सवमा
छिटो भनेकै वर्ल्ड लिंक।
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
बैंकको धन सकिनेछ। केही फरक पर्दैन, मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Good, but trapped in front by Junaid Siddiq. He's taken and 5 overs bowled by him. 31 runs given without taking a wicket. Gulshan Shah is the new man in at number 7. Still no sign of Divil Singh Airi.
Maybe that's just that want for the left-hand, right-hand combination as Sheikh gets in and out quickly, so should get back comfortably for the second. I wonder, did Arif Sheikh know that was the last ball before the second drinks break? Junaid Siddiq certainly did, because the roar that he let out indicates what a big moment in the game that was. Again, it's interesting, isn't it, to see Wasim really heavily favour his two most experienced bowlers. They're going to run out of overs. Siddiq's only got 3 left. Cam will only have 4 left after this one. He's usually utilised right at the death. And it means that Aryan Lakra, who's only bowled 4 overs, and Ayan Khan, their left arm spin, may need to bowl to Gulshan Jah, the left-hander, who really took them apart towards the death in the first clash between these two sides. Very different scenario. Nepal were batting first that day. They might think that's a good matchup, the left-handed Jah to those left-arm spinners when they do return.
Yes, that will be a good matchup. A left-arm orthodox bowling to a left-hander. It'll be relatively easy for the left-hand batter to dispatch the left-arm orthodox. In the meanwhile, Arif Sheikh playing very good. Even Bhim Sharkey played very well for his 67. Well-compiled runs for him. 128 more needed off 113 balls. Pretty doable.
Lovely stroke straight to the mid-on fielder. Great view this. I think it's a favourite of all the ones we've had from the handheld camera that's been roaming in and around the TU International Cricket Ground. The crowd hasn't diminished at all. If anything, it's got a bit healthier, a bit bigger. There's so many outside the ground, it's hard to explain. Thousands upon thousands. Huge police and armed police force presence, and an army presence too today. Thanks to all of those men and all of the authorities and women who have helped make today such a safe success so far. And could it be a triumphant one? 128 more required from 113. Not an easy equation, particularly 5 down, and a man with none next to his name at the crease. Gulshan Jah, the youngster, faces up for the first time. Right on the money from Khan, probing away at the off stump.
Yeah, he's bowling well, apart from the runs that he've conceded in 5.4 overs. Nicely bowled into the left-hander. 184 for 5, Nepal still need 127 of 110 balls. 3 runs of this over so far.
Do get a sense that those final 6 overs of that first over, they could be the difference between these two sides. Ja drives nicely, won't get off the mark. Thought about taking on young Ayan Khan. Imagine those last 6 overs had gone for just 60 instead of 102. Then the total required would have been 270, and looking very achievable.
Yeah, it would have been a different story for Nepal, but as always, the death overs, the death bowling has been a problem for Nepal. It showed today as well. 100 and odd runs in 6 overs, the last 6 overs. Over 16 runs per over. That was magical by Asif Khan, who struck the ball all along the ground.
Really was. Probably the best knocker this entire league has come in the very final game as Gulshan Ja gets off the mark. Confident stroke. His batting has really come on leaps and bounds in the last 18 to 24 months as we get to the end of the 32nd over. Nepal 185 for 5.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको
Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
74 off 9. In and amongst that, remarkably, there was 18 overs of spin between Lalit Rajbanshi and Dipendra Singh Airi that went for just 46 runs. And Airi, for some reason, did towards the end of that first innings. And Sadiq's going to continue. He's going to bowl his 8th. Bowled a good pace. Play carrying a little bit of a niggle. You can see him there. He's limping, isn't he? He's not in full flow at all. He's a class act, though. Junaid Sadiq, if you look at his impact across this series, take a look at his numbers, quite incredible. 43 wickets now. Economy rate under 5, always a good sign. Right up there amongst the best bowlers of ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Runs into the leg side. Should just be the single. Ja won't be able to take on the second. If we look at the leading wicket takers in this tournament, Paresh, it's been the same man at the top of the charts for over a year now, because Bilal Khan's Oman played their games early. He's got 76. Lamachani came up just 4 short of him. And then Sarav Netravalkar, Mark Watt of Scotland, and Ruben Trumpelman of Namibia. Karen KC, the only other to go past 50 wickets. 6 bowlers have got to that 50 wicket landmark, with Bernard Schultz just one behind. And then Junaid Sadiq in the top 10, also Zahor Khan in the top 10. So they're the 2 key bowlers for UAE, bowling in tandem and trying to apply pressure, trying to make that required run rate increase and maybe find a 6th wicket as well. Mix up. Direct hit might have been interesting, but Ja turns quickly enough.
Yes, Aryan Lakra doing a good job there at mid-on. Arif Sheikh playing well on 37. Gulshan Ja just new at the crease. The required rate over 7, now 7.14.
Again, they want the single. Direct hit would have been gone. He gave up, didn't he, Gulshan Ja? And again, UAE's fielding has let them down.
Yes, if that was a direct hit, Gulshan Jah would have gone back to the pavilion. A good pickup and throw by Mustafa, but couldn't hit the stumps. Gulshan Jah had given it away. He was not backing up Gulshan Jah. It's not like when Bhimsarki was there. He used to back up very nicely. Good singles taken into the fielder's hands by these two batsmen, Bhimsarki and Arif Sheikh, but Gulshan Jah not that quick enough in between the stumps.
Alongside the 3 drops, there's now a missed run out as Jah works us down to third man. Jah would have been run out on 2. Instead he survives.
4 runs off the over, so
15 or 20,000 in the ground. There's probably what, another 5, 8, 10,000 out there. It's impossible to judge. They're everywhere. They're in the trees. Must be the best part of 10,000 up there. Any vantage point will do. Just get your eyes on the action. Big swing and a miss. Junaid Sadiq thinks it's out. Don't think the keeper thought it was. When he gets a rollicking, a smile from Wilmer Sierra. 33 bowled, 188 for 5.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज। डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ। अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी। डभ।
Like Avinash Bora, who's very good in death overs. And even talking about Karan Casey and Sompal Kami, they can do the job, but they have to plan well. They have to execute the plan in certain condition, in situation.
There is still hope for Nepal. A long, long way to go, though. Khan's going to continue. And this tactic of bowling the 2 leading wicket takers that the UAE have in Cricket World Cup League 2 in tandem continues. What is Wasim trying to do? He's trying to get that required run rate as high as is physically possible and put pressure on the lower order.
I think Wasim is trying to do that and trying to get wickets as well. The required rate is 7.24 at the moment. I think he wants a double play here. Take wickets and get the required rate above.
But again, if Nepal can just bat for 5 more overs, we keep saying that. Even if it's only 5 and over, let's just imagine that situation for a moment. Get to the 38 over mark. Nicely worked into the leg side. They'll think of 2, but no is the call. Aravind quick to the ball. So that would get them in the hypothetical situation to 215 for 5 after 38. It would make it less than 100 off 12. Not going to be easy, but with 5 wickets in hand, achievable, particularly if Khan and Sadiq have got close to running out of overs at that point.
Yeah, there'll be only spinners, 3 spinners in UAE side, Ayan Khan, Aryan Lakra and Rohan Mustafa, the off spinner, the magician of UAE. He hasn't done any magic today, Rohan Mustafa. It's all the medium paces and the spinner. The young spinner, Ayan Khan, has done the magic for UAE.
Interest from Khan. Much, but definitely angling down the leg side. It was an afterthought, the appeal, really.
Yes. And it's the right thing by Arif Sheikh going to his younger partner to have a chat.
pace, isn't he? And this angle from Zohar Khan's causing him problems around the wicket, and then maybe just shaping away, tailing away a touch. Buddy Pradhan is going to go down and have a look at the danger zone and ensure that Zohar Khan isn't creeping into that. Definitely getting darker, difficult to see the Chobar Hills across to our right. Are we in for a grandstand finish, Paresh?
Well, hope so. UAE right on. Break, the last ball before the drinks break. That is why UAE are right on top.
Looks for the block hole. Jack can only keep it out. This is a tense passage of play. You sense something's going to happen. Feel a wicket could be coming, or can Jack get a boundary away to just start to build his innings and build his confidence?
Yes, he looks a bit nervy there. Gulshan Jha sent in at number 7 ahead of Devendra Singh Airi.
The score for Nepal is 191 for 5. In the back from Aryan Lakra. It's quite dark already, isn't it? 4:30. Not going to be easy for men coming new to the crease. Jha 4 off 11, Sheikh 39 off 50. Bilal has been expensive, but he had to hold 2 overs of Junaid Sadiq back. Big tall fast bowlers got 3 for 39, being the pick of the attack. They don't seem to want to bowl left arm spin in particular to Gulshan Jha.
Yes, this is an interesting passage of play. Bilal coming into the attack. Junaid Siddiq given a breather by Captain Mohammad Wasim. Gulshan Jha on strike.
Good angle into the pads. That weak zone of any left-hander who finds it difficult there. Good news from South Africa coming in. The first ODI between the West Indies and South Africa delayed due to rain. That means everyone can just keep watching this game. The eyes of the cricketing world are here in Kathmandu. This beautiful country wedged in between India and China. A proud nation. The Prime Minister here at the game this morning, shaking hands with both teams. Not just the Prime Minister, but the Chairman of the Upper House, the Member Secretary of the National Sports Council, and also the Mayor of Bharatpur, all here as the honoured guests. That's how big an occasion this is for the country.
It's getting very dark and gloomy at the middle. Nicely bowled onto his thigh pad. Gulshan Jha had no clue about that ball. Very well bowled by Bilal. It's getting very dark in the centre here.
I can't remember an ODI in this entire series that has been shortened due to bad light, but just in case we get towards that situation, let's let you know where the DLS is at. At the end of this over, the end of the 35th, 5 wickets down, Nepal would need to be 214. They're not going to be there, so they're well behind. They need this game to go the distance, and the task is growing ever more difficult. It's 120 to win off 95, and Ja is unable to get anything going right now against the Seamers. Really is dark. I'm not sure if the pictures are showing it back home where you're watching from. Attempted pull shot, no timing, another dot ball.
By Mohammad Wasim to bring in medium pacers, the fast bowlers, into the attack rather than bring around here, and a bit of hazy too.
This is where Nepal taking an awfully long time to bowl their overs, particularly the last 7 or 8 overs that took an eternity. Nepal usually so quick through their overs, and UAE too have been very slow, meaning that we're right on track for probably a 6 p.m. finish the way it's going. Just well past the scheduled time. Chance, direct hit might have been interesting, but Sheikh was pretty quick. Rizwan has to wear it to save the possibility of an overthrow. Single for Jad does finally get down the non-striker's end.
Yeah, what the dot ball Ja played, he'll put pressure on Arif Sheikh. He hasn't got strike in a few time now. Look at Arif Sheikh's eyes. He looks very composed, calm, and very concentrated. He wants to finish this game for Nepal. He wants to finish it off in a good note, in a winning note. The required rate moving up 7.5, 7.58 to be exact.
Our graphics just lagging behind a touch. We'll try and get that worked upon. It's the 5th ball of the over. Sheikh gets a cut, but straight to the man. Backward point to dives to cut off the possibility of a second or a boundary. Just 2 singles from the over.
Yes, that was CP Rizwan, the former captain of UAE, who stopped that ball. It was a certain boundary for me. Nicely done, diving to his left. UAE has been good in the field. That means ground fielding, not catching. Dropped 3 catches. 2 by Ayan Khan and 1 by the keeper.
Sunset here in Kathmandu today, 6:13 p.m. I think we've got well over an hour's cricket left. It's 20 to 5. Last thing we want is this game being a bridge. Let's get it to its conclusion. Leg side wide will be given. I think he was targeting the leg stump as Ja goes across his stumps. I think the pressure just building on the young man.
Hand, whereas Gulshan Ja is a bit troubled there by Bilal. Again, inside
edge saves him. 4 singles, well, 3 in the wide from the over. 35 bowled, 195 for 5.
बोय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड.
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Whipsay Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Cutting-edge technology. Jasle dincha perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
And he will bowl because it's the left-hander at the crease, Gulshan Ja. Will Ja take him on?
He will definitely have to take him on because the difference between the run to get and the balls remaining are opening up. And we can see in the crowd.
Well, the torches are coming on in the crowd. They know it's dark. painting a beautiful scene. Maybe they're listening in on the Kantapur app. And they'll light this game up if they need to. Short in length, cutaway will just be a single. I think the umpires really be well served to hurry the players along now. Let's get through these overs. We don't want a situation where this is abridged. Gorgeous scene as the torches come out, as the smartphones are waved in Kathmandu. Just adding to the drama, adding to the beauty of the picture.
Yeah, they're using the cell phones as a floodlight here in the TU International Cricket Ground. You can see the whole grass bank. The spectators are using their cell phone as a floodlight. It's getting very dark here.
And the chance of Nepal ring out. Both sides need to get on with it. Nicely played by Sheikh. He hasn't really shown any aggressive intent, but he's just worked the ball around nicely. He's moved to 41 now. Boundaries need
to the gap. That's nicely played by Gulshan Jha. That's 200 up for Nepal. Beautifully done. Getting that gap to perfection, Gulshan Jha.
That's the roar they were waiting for. There hadn't been a boundary for what felt like an eternity, and it's Jha that will give him some confidence. Just pierces the gap, no risk in the shot. It's the first boundary since before the drinks break, and it brings the home crowd alive. They still believe the 200's up. 110 more needed. Nearly 15 overs to do it.
Yes, it's definitely doable, but will the light play a role? Inside edge onto short mid, no run.
With around 7.5 and over required, something like that. One big over can check that back in a big way. Can they get an over with 2, maybe 3 boundaries in it? Tries to repeat the dose. Has he got enough of this? Not quite. The man there. They'll take on the arm. They'll get back for 2. Good running.
Yes, this good running by Gulshan Jha and Arif Sheikh. Ayan Khan, the fielder there, the youngster, couldn't stop the 2.
Mustafa not happy. Look at him. He's still protesting with his fielder, saying that should have been a single. Better over, 8 from it. More like what they need. Both sides would be best served getting through the game now. Come on, let's play cricket. Let's get this to the conclusion. Haven't waited 126 games to go off. Beats him outside the off stump. 8 runs it is from the 36th. 203 for 5.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
बैंकको धन सकिनेछ। केही फरक पर्दैन। मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाख सम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
Bilal is going to continue from the pavilion end. A touch expensive today. 5 overs bowled by him, 33 runs.
Hardy, a bit sloppy, the occasion, the massive crowd, the atmosphere is just... Both sides haven't been quick through their overs. And quite a lot of wides as well, hasn't there? From both teams. In the first innings we saw lots of extras from Nepal. 13 wides already. It's 11 extras for the UAE. Got to keep taking this game deep, and that's what Arif Sheikh looks determined to do. Dipender Singh Airi must be chomping at the bit to get out there. Surely he's in next.
Yes, he should have come in place of.
Could sense it was coming. Jazz going to look for big strokes now. Knows his strike rate's behind where he wants it to be. Not that short, not enough bounce over the top of middle.
Yeah, that is what Gulshan Shah should do. He should attack the bowlers now. He should take chances. Whereas Arif Sheikh is playing that anchor innings, what Arvind did for UAE in the first innings. And Asif Khan smashed the bowlers all around the park. The associate members, and the fourth fastest ODI 100 for him.
Fastest ODI 100 by any associate. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. That's not going to help the over rate. Getting lots of questions on social media about the DLS scenario, the Duckworth-Lewis-Stearns scenario. Don't think there's anything to worry about that yet. And also some questions, particularly from overseas, about rain. I don't think it's wickets down still. Nepal would need to be 220, so they're probably going to be behind that, but it is getting closer, and it will continue to narrow that gap as long as Nepal stay 5 down. Duckworth-Lewis-Stearns is all about resources and those wickets that you keep in hand. Beats the outside edge, good angle from Bilal.
Good bowling by Bilal here, mixing the pace, mixing the length as well, and the line. That was a good angle away from the left-hander. I don't think it'll get any brighter. It will remain the same throughout the evening.
Well, I think merely our talk about the bad light is setting the fans around the world into panic. So I'm asking, has it just got brighter? Or is that the cameras doing their magic? It might have just got a little brighter. A bit of sun over behind, but the Kantapur team are finding a way to make you enjoy the action still. Jha works it away for a quick single! Another one. I think this was gone as well. It's a 5th opportunity, 3 drop catches, and now 2 missed runouts.
Yes, that was very, very close. That is what the dot ball will do to a batsman. Pressure building up. He's taken a run straight to the fielder's hand. Look at that, he was gone. It's again Ayan Khan. Dropped 2 catches earlier. Gave away 2 runs in the boundary. And now missed a run out.
5 lives. That is 5 lives. 1 for Kushal Bertel, 1 for Bim Sharkey, 1 for Arif Sheikh when he was on just 3. 2 run-out opportunities for Gulshan Jha. Can't say they haven't had their
way he's played here. 43 of 54, and Bhim Sharkey, he got out on the wrong time, at the wrong time. A ball before the drinks break.
Yeah, welcome up to the commentary box here. I've got Paresh Lahani with me still. We're so enjoying bringing you the coverage. It looks bright up here, but it's a little bit darker out on the field. Floods into the pad. Going to miss the off stump, angling across. Bilal thought he trapped his man. Probing over. 4 come off it. It's 8 and over required now to win as the score. 207 for 5.
ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर युक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Or where you're watching from around the world. Who are you cheering on, UAE or Nepal? Obviously, it's the Nepal fans messaging in their thousands coming in. But they've got it all to do. It's 8 and over required from here. And they've stayed in the game thanks to Arif Sheikh's innings. The problem's been Gulshan Jah, 13 off 25, or excuse me, 14 off 25. Mustafa to continue. The big question is, can Jah find a few boundaries?
Yeah, it's pretty hazy out there.
Yeah, I think it's getting darker to the Chobar Hills and also behind the pavilion, but then lighter over towards Lalitpur, the second area of the Twin Cities. So looking this way, it does look a bit hazy. Angling down, they're going to run a single. Direct hit, would have been gone, and Mustafa, he's dropped the ball. It's another run out chance. Chalk it up, chance number 6. Jah, he's got a third life.
Yes, definitely. Arif Sheikh called it immediately for a single. Gulshan Jah playing too many dot balls, and Rohan Mustafa dropping the ball. Yet another run out chance gone begging. Nice hit down the ground, nicely fielded by Arvind, just for a single. That was a good effort by Vritti Arvind down in the boundary line at long on. Now Arif Sheikh slowly opening his arms.
Have to start to find the boundaries. 12 remain after this. Is this the boundary? The crowd say yes, it! And they're back dancing in the stands.
Yeah, Gulshan Jah deposited that into the crowd.
He doesn't look happy.
Yeah, this is good batting by Gulshan Jah. After playing so many dot balls, he hit a 6 and just guided that down to short third for a single. Arif Sheikh running good between the wickets. Is this the momentum that Nepal needed?
Work down the ground. This has been a good over. Our graphics are just stalling on us again.
with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Here, we just provide the coverage, that's all we can do. 12 to go. It's less than single for Sheikh. He's been the anchor, he's been the rock. What about Dipender Singh Uri? What's he thinking right now? Is this stage set for him? Is he made up to be the hero?
Yes, he's moved to 46 of 57. Gulshan Jah just improving his strike rate, 21 of 28, and Sompal Kame is batted up. Dipender Singh Uri, we can see him behind the table.
He's the man. Get him in. The maestro, the magician, the three-dimensional cricketer. He'll relish this situation. He's living a charmed life out there.
Yes, it was definitely pitched outside leg stump. Good decision by the umpire. Good decision. The umpiring has been very good in this series. The final series of ICC Cricket World Cup League 2.
Spot on the money. It's been great to have the test umpires come in and bring along the associates. This is the Sri Lankan Umar Siri. He's got it spot on the money again. Bilal couldn't believe it, but it's the right decision. Proven right again. More questions about Duckworth Lewis. We'll get to those in a second. An icy steel glare from Sheikh the Elder.
Yes, he looks very determined. There in the middle. What a shot. Beautifully done. Square drive over the point fielder for a boundary. A much needed one for Nepal.
Writes them for Nepali cricket. You think back to gaining ODI status, you think back to Valentine's Day, Karen KC and Sandeep Lamachani, the heroes then. Gaining ODI status in dramatic fashion, clinging on to it, retaining it with that amazing win, the one Rohit Powdell drove against Scotland. Who writes these scripts? Where is the game going? Bilal now limping, more drama.
Yes, whenever Nepal is playing, there is always drama involved with all the spectators around. I think they are just killing the time here. It's getting darker.
Well, let me give you the update, because at the end of the 39th over, if Nepal remain 5 wickets down, they would need to be 228 for par. They need to be 229 to be ahead. 5 runs off these 2 balls, and the umpires take them off. Nepal win on DLS. Look at the drama, more drama. I think it might be that nasty area in the inner groin. And the umpire rightly is coming over and saying, we don't have time for this. We don't have time barely to get the game in as it is. Hazrat Bilal's going to go off. For the first time today, boos ring around the TU International Cricket Ground and ring around it in a big way.
Yeah, they have been supporting good cricket throughout the day, but they are booing Bilal at the moment, who looks in a bit of pain there, but gets off after the umpire included.
I really don't know who writes these scripts. It's 1 minute to 5 p.m. local time.
The earliest stages, and then Bhim Sarki, who played a very good role in chasing now. Arif Sheikh doing a good job. Even Gulshan Shah is getting very close, improving his strike rate as well.
Yorker, well kept out by Jah. Nepal behind by 3 on Duckworth Lewis at the end of that over. 39 bowled, 225 for 5.
cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
The UAE. Let's have a look at the bowling options that remain. As Pratish G. Wild card, he's going to go to himself. He doesn't want to bowl spin to either of these two, so he's going to bowl his right arm medium pace. What a move this is, Mohammad Wasim. Some captains under bowl themselves, some over. Which is he going to be? And just as we say that, no. To get across the drama. Every fan in the crowd now, they're standing, they're on their feet, they can't contain their nervousness. And I don't think I can either. I'm on my What drama. The ground staff who know the weather conditions are now at the covers. DLS is looking more and more likely to come into play. Look at them in the background there. Sheikh, he's gone for a well-made 52. But that wicket is going to hurt the Duckworth-Lewis Stearns situation. Because right now, Nepal are certainly behind. It's 225 for 6.
XH Simplifying Technology.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला. यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर. यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ.
Yorker specialist in the death overs. He's doing it in the middle overs here. Still 84 required of 63 balls if there's time to bowl the whole 60.
.84 to win off 63. Struck firmly. Well fielded at mid-off. Irie has looked full of intent since he's got to the crease. Only 2 balls he's faced.
He's a Yorker specialist in the death overs. He's doing it in the middle overs here.
3.
Still 84 required of 63 balls if
left hand of the man who's usually
there's
got
time
the
to
gloves
bowl
on.
the whole 63 balls.
Puts that down. Nepal could have been ahead at the end of this over in DLS. Instead, they're well behind. Every over is taking 6-7 minutes at the moment. It's bordering on the ludicrous now, to be honest. Right into the block, brilliant bowling. The keeper spills it. He could have run away for 4. Going to be given as a bye. Not had the greatest day with the gloves, the youngster Ashwant Valthapa, including 1 drop.
Yeah, he was all over the place yesterday as well, Valthapa, but did a very good job yesterday. Today he hasn't been good. He's dropped a catch. He's given byes as well. And look at the UAE fielders, they're taking their time. And the spectators are not happy with it.
Well, I can understand their frustration, I have to say. Fielders walking between their positions. Yes, there's a left and right hander in. Batter's ready. Bowler should be bowling. Hit straight to the extra cover fielder. Tempted to into the block hole. Gets us to the end of the 40th and the end of the second power play. It's 229 for 6.
XH Simplified Technology.
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ। जिम्मेवार बैंकको रूपमा एनएमबी बैंक, समृद्ध नेपालको लागि।
Wickets in hand, and Nepal, they are currently behind by 14 on Duckworth Lewis. Clubbed away into the offside, but there's a man at deep point who's going to keep it to just a single, Aryan Lakra.
Yes, that was nicely played, but straight to the fielder at deep backward point. Good placement by Mohammad Hussein behind square. Look at the spectators.
Well, they're all booing and jeering because the UAE are taking an eternity to bowl every delivery. I think they probably know they're ahead on DLS, but who knows how this works. 4 good overs here from Irie and Jaff. They're still out there. They could then be behind on Duckworth Lewis UAE. It could count against them. 2 big old veteran fast bowlers taking a long time to bowl each over here. Where he guides that straight to the man. They're going to take him on. And such as his pace, he'll almost walk the single.
Yes, exactly, Lenny. Because Devendra Singh is so quick in between the wickets, he can just walk to the non-strikers, and now Gulshan Shah, he needs to get one or two lusty blows out of the ground to get closer, to get above in the DLS method. We are getting very cold breeze out here. That shows that moisture is in the air.
Good news though, that ground staff have put down the covers again, so none of them are now have them picked up. Big swing and a miss. Irie wants the single. He's ended up running the best part of one himself halfway down and back. Keeper Valthapa just about does enough.
Yeah, it's all drama here at the center. The crowd getting restless. The required rate itching towards 9 now, 8.42.
Let's just hope for one thing, is Ahmed Raza. We can see him in the background, the former captain. Almost feels like the de facto head coach. He's the assistant coach, shouting orders at his former teammates. Let's just hope this game goes the distance, whatever way it goes. Will be used, but at least maybe 1 or 2 overs of the young left arm spinners will need to be turned to as well, you'd think.
Yes, the 2 left arm spinners will be definitely used if this game goes the distance.
Wide, well outside the off stump. Fans enjoy that. At the end of the 41st over, we'll try and keep you updated with DLS every over. Nepal would need to be 246 for 6 to be par, so they're currently 13 runs behind. If they keep those 4 wickets intact though, they don't have to do too much more. By the end of the 45th they need to be 266. Mohammad Wazeem is warming up. The crowd really getting into it. This is the Nepali wave, not the Mexican wave. But down the ground, man out there will just be a single.
Yes, that was attempted Yorker by Junaid Siddiq. Nicely bowled again.
Maybe just a sign things getting a little bit brighter over the last 5 or 10 minutes. That area over towards Lalitpur as we look out from the pavilion and the media centre. I have to say, I love this Nepali wave. It's completely different to the Mexican one. And this script for me, it's perfect for Dipendra Singh Irie. He's still there at the death. I think Nepal will win. Cutter, nicely played towards backward point. They're going to think about the second and they'll turn it down. So it's 6 runs from that over. 235 for 6.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह.
But with 102 runs coming off the final 6 overs, yes, you heard me right. It means that Nepal have to get well ahead or surge at the death. Now here is the wild card, the joker in the deck. The captain's going to bring himself in to bowl. Did bowl at the T20 World Cup, remember. Just bowls these right arm medium. Fielders running everywhere. Nepal, the chance. Pointing from the crowd, gestures. Is this the over they should go after?
Mohammad Wazeem bringing himself in. Orthodox Ayan Khan and Aryan Lakra, the 2 youngsters. The field.
5 fielders in the deep cover and long off on the offside, then long on. ramp or the scoop is on, but that's not something that Jar really does. Pretty round arm slung in and thuds into the thigh pad. Dot ball.
And a deep square leg in the leg side. The boundary riders.
Just as we say, that long off now comes up. Rohan Mustafa has run 35, 40 yards to tell his captain something. And I think umpire Buddy Pradhan is saying, let's get on with the game. Not sure what's going on here. And Mustafa, of course, has to be involved.
What a strike by Gulshan Shah here. Definitely he's going to target Wasim here. A good strike. There was a fielder there in the boundary line, deep mid-wicket. Goes over his head. Oh, that's a very good attempt by the fielder there.
Hit away. Where's this one gone? Back-to-back boundaries. 6-4. Listen to that noise! My oh my, this gamble of Wasim! It's not paying off, and Nepal could sneak ahead of DLS now.
Yes, a good strike by Gulshan Shah, moves to 37 of 40, improving his strike rate. Look at this strike, opens his left leg, the front leg, and hits it in the gap on the offside for a boundary. 6 and 4.
My oh my, who writes these scripts for Nepali cricket? The cardiac kids, they're at it again. And the crowd getting right on top of UAE. 64 more to win, 50 deliveries remain. If the game goes the distance, if at the end of this over they need to be 250, a boundary puts Nepal ahead on DLS from these two deliveries. That's why you're dicing with fire. If you time waste. It is going to be a boundary, surely. It's going to be 4 more. They're ahead on DLS. The 250's up. It's all happening in Kathmandu. The roof about to come off the place.
Look at that chant, look at the roar of the crowd. I cannot hear Lenny, I cannot hear myself here in the commentary box. What a strike by Gulshan Shah. 6, 4 and 4.
I think even the riot police are dancing up there. What an occasion. They're ahead on Duckworth Lewis, 6 down by 1 if this is a dot ball at the end of the over. Keeps going. Gets it straight down to Mustafa. Oh! Look at the roar! The over's gone for 20. Nepal 255 for 6, and Mustafa has had a calamity at long off.
Yes, this is what the crowd pressure done to Mustafa earlier in the over. He saved 2 runs for his team. Now a misfield. Look at this. It went between his legs. It's all because of the pressure of the crowd.
Ja moves to 40.
Boy hand washले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Giving us everything we promised, everything we expected, everything that everyone deserves. It's the very best of the associate game. It's the very best of the sport that we love, Paresh.
Yes, exactly. 56 more needed of 48 deliveries. Mind you, Nepal are ahead in the DLS method if the rain comes into play or if it's a bad light. But definitely Nepal right on top because of the crowd, because of the spectators. They're backing their team as a 12th man. The required rate is down at 7. Look at the current rate, it's over 6.
That's the big over they needed. It gets them ahead of where they probably hope to be. And Kushal Malla asking Vinay Kumar Jha, are we ahead? Can we go off? Let's call it a day. Junaid Sadiq with the off-cutter. He wants two. He's bumped in to the fielder. Given not out. A moment of real drama. And I'll tell you why. Sadiq is furious. And things checked him. Let's take a look at what's happened. He always wanted two. Here's the incident. Oh, we're not going to see it on that angle. Just if we can go back to the down the wicket replay. The dive got him home, only just. Real drama, real controversy. Let's see if we have the replay from straight down the wicket, because there was a flashpoint. Here it is, just watch this. Oh, that camera's just veered off. I wonder if we have another angle of it. The two have cannoned into each other, and Irie needed to be at his fastest to just get home. The last thing we needed is more drama, Paresh.
Yes, defender Singh Irie is a live wire in the field. That is why he was able to take 2 runs. He was in.
Full toss. Helped for what should be just a single. And Irie and Sadiq, they come together again. Sadiq is saying, you've barged into me, and a pat on the back. All is well that ends well, luckily.
This is a good sportsman's spirit shown by the two players there, Sadiq and Defender Singh Irie. After all the incident that's happened, a big smile on both their faces. Pat on the back by Sadiq to Defender Singh Irie. It's good to see that even though it's very tense out there, smiles on the faces of the batsman and the bowler.
Well kept out by Jha. Rizwan CP tumbles to keep it to a single. Sadiq is not happy. He's been very, very animated.
Yes, that was an off-cutter ball, very well bowled by Sadiq. This is his last over, mind you. He's already taken 3 wickets. Good, important 3 wickets that he's taken. I think it will go the distance because it's not getting darker. It's the same. I think it's getting a little bit brighter.
Yeah, if anything, it's got brighter. And even though those ground staff are sitting over on the far side of the ground, they're sitting on top of the covers now. I think this game could go the distance, and great credit to the umpires for keeping them out there. It's nearly 5:30 local time. This game started at 9:38. Guided away behind square. Pressure on the man down there. He fields cleanly. Hazrat Bilal is back on the field. Maybe his overs will be used. Surely Mohammad Wasim is not going to bowl himself.
He has, and the crowd behind the players here, behind Nepal, doing the job of the 12th man. Gulshan Jha on 46, he's improved his strike rate over 100 now. Defender Singh Irie playing well, 8 of 8. The required rate is under 7 now.
Off cutter, nicely played. And even though Rizwan had been sent further behind square, can't cut off the single. Runs from every ball in this over. I know Irie has only made 8 or 9 runs. It's just the intent he brings, the running between the wickets, the energy to the crease. And he's been a big part of this partnership, despite Ja taking that 20 runs, plundering off the part-time seam of Mohammad Wasim.
Yeah, that was well fielded by CP Rizwan at backward point. Even though there was a third man fielder there, he dived to stop the 2 runs if it passed him. Defender Singh Irie on strike. 6 runs of 5 balls of this over. The last ball of Siddique's spell.
Off cutter beats Irie, holds a hand up and says well bowled, and he's been the big threat today. He's going to finish with 3 for 51. The score now 261 for 6. Here's his figures.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual
Number 1 selling Germ Protection Soap brand. Yeti carpet kinda carpet ko pachadi Yeti ko logo herna nabisinu hola. Yeti carpet ko shahansa.
Ever posted more than 300 in a one-day international before, or will it be Zohar Khan to bowl the 44th? Right into the blocker, well kept out by Gulshan Jah. Problem for Mohammad Wasim is who's going to bowl the remaining overs. Obviously Khan will bowl 44 and maybe 46. Who's going to bowl the other 5?
Well, it'll have to be the spinners. Probably Rohan Mustafa will bowl. Not the left arm spinners though, because Gulshan Jah is there. He's playing on 48 or 45.
What a game of cricket this has been. I wish Yo Pesh would stop showing us. I want to stand up. I can't get the nervous energy. I'm just too tense. I'm up and I'm down. It's been quite incredible. I think maybe the greatest ODI I've seen. Where is this game going? I just don't know. Let's just hope it's settled on the pitch and not by DLS. It looks like it will be. It's 7 overs, including this one remaining. It's 5:28 p.m. It's a 6:13 p.m. sunset. The final over could be bowled in the gloom, but the umpires are not going to take them off, surely. Movement in as Irie again. He's just so busy at the crease. Good single.
Yes, this is good bowling by Zohar Khan, not giving that room, bowling that Yorkers and back of the length as well, with some pace, darting into the right-hander. Good bowling by Zohar Khan. Talking about Gulshan Jah, he's improved his strike rate over 100 now. It was on 30s when he started his innings. What a change by him. That particular over of Mohammad Wasim, he hit 6, 4, 4 and 4. A courtesy of a misfield by Rohan Mustafa in the boundary line. It seems like Nepal is right on top now in the latter part of the innings. Still Zohar Khan taking his time to set his field.
Wasim screaming at all of his fielders repeatedly, just trying to get them exactly where he wants them. Khan, the death specialist. How has that not bowled him? How's it missed the leg stump? It looked for all money like the in-swinging Yorker had cleaned up Gulshan Jah. Instead it's 2 byes. Again the young keeper can't lay a glove on it. How is this missed?
That was perfect delivery. I think the ball did a little too much for Zohar Khan's liking. It was a perfect delivery, an in-swinging Yorker to the left-hander. Very well bowled, Zohar Khan. Very unlucky, though, didn't hit the stumps. Missed it by inches.
Thrice could he have been run out on the scores of 2, 13 and 14. Each of them he wasn't even in the picture with the direct hit. Add to that the 3 drop catches that UAE have put down. Nepal are living a blessed life in the gods here. Hit into the offside, should be at least a couple for the young man. Extraordinary from Gulshan Jah. We forget how young he is. It's his career best. What a time to make your first one-day international 50. The 17-year-old standing up to be counted.
Yes, extraordinary batting by Gulshan Jah. He started off very slow. His strike rate was 30 odd, but he's improved. His strike rate is over 100 now. 50 of 47 deliveries. Everything happening here.
I'm not sure how much more of this I can take, Paresh. I honestly don't know. The emotions here in the... One of the all-time great games of cricket. Which way is it going to go?
Well, it looks like it's going Nepal's way at the moment, but if a wicket goes, then it'll move to UAE's way. Everything happening here. Look at Lenny. He's out of his breath.
They call them the cardiac kids for a reason. Where's the defibrillator? Where is it? Keep it on standby. It's very muggy, very murky, sorry. Birds are flying around the ground. 6 overs remain after this one, a reminder. Ahead on DLS now, Nepal. Yorker attempted, driven, and a good tumbling stop from the skipper. He is determined to see Nepal come up short. 44 bowled, 269 for 6.
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Watch, he's saying you are behind your time. He's being asked. Oh, this is drama now. It's Hazrat Bilal he wants to bowl. Take the graphic down. Come back to this game here. He's being told he can't bowl Hazrat Bilal because he's been off for too long. You have to spend the same amount of time on the pitch that you did off the pitch if you were injured. And that's exactly what's happened. Wasim can't bowl him. And Wimar Al-Sira, I think he's merely implementing the laws of the game. And someone is going to have to bowl this over.
Yes, that is what the umpires are signaling to the captain, Mohammad Wasim. He has to spend as much as time in the pitch, that is spend the time off the pitch. That is well said by Lenny. Hazrat Bilal cannot bowl. Now, who's going to bowl the over? I think it's going to be Aryan Lakra to bowl from the pavilion end, the 45th over of the innings. This is the right call by the umpires. The rule says you have to spend as much of time in the pitch, the time you've spent off the pitch.
This is like a novel, isn't it? Every chapter just gets ever more intriguing. Every turn of the book adds to the intrigue, to the drama. I think this could be a good thing for the UAE. I think they've underbowled both Lakra and particularly young Ayan Khan. 6 overs remain, 42 to win. I think for the UAE to win, they need to find a breakthrough in the 45th or the 46th over. So getting the spinner in might not be the worst thing. The problem will be for Aryan Lakra, the 21-year-old. He won't want to bowl to Gulshan Jah, who loves that slog sweep. And will get to hit with the spin. They're sprinting on. They know they're ahead on DLS. This is extraordinary. Mohammad Wasim is protesting. The crowd. At the end of the 44th over, listen carefully at home, with 6 wickets down, at the end of 44, Nepal needed to be 260 for 6, 269 for 6, they are ahead by 9 runs. It feels to me as bright as it was 6, 7, 8 overs ago. There's always the chance that they might get back on. We have not confirmation this game is over yet. Such drama. UAE look beaten, they look bowed. And the fans, I have no idea how. 11 wins from 12 games, it looks like it's done. It looks to me like handshakes at dusk. And the umpires have taken the stumps out of the ground. And Nepal, they've done it. They have got there by 9 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. It's in great drama, but they have done enough. The umpires have said they've the UAE don't want to shake hands. There's slightly ugly scenes now as Junaid Sadiq is barking at the opposition. We will wait for official confirmation. It's not our call to make, but we believe that by 9 runs on
Yes, it is, and I think because of UAE took their time, they were killing time, and that has backfired. That is why the umpires had enough of that. That is why they're walking off, shaking hands with the Nepali players.
It is the umpires' prerogative to make the call, and the two of them came together. And UAE, I called this, Paresh. They have themselves to blame. They took an eternity to bowl their overs, and that has been what's ended up costing them. They were ahead of DLS, and the overs from numbers 39 to 44, it took the best part of 40 minutes. In fact, it took more than 40 minutes. 6 overs in 40 minutes. And the UAE, in my opinion, they only have themselves to blame. And I don't think they can believe it. Robin Singh is going to go over to the ICC match referee with his captain. He will protest, there is no doubt about it. The implementation of the playing conditions seems to be as such. Surely we're not going to get back on at this stage. And they are asking long, heavy questions whilst Nepal are starting a lap of honour.
Yeah, it's getting worse. The conditions are getting worse. It's getting darker and darker by every minute. Look at the Nepali players. They are celebrating. And there's a protest by the head coach of UAE, Robin Singh. UAE, they're to blame for themselves. They took a longer time to finish. There were only 44 overs bowled till now. It's already almost 5:45.
If we add up the cut-off times, this game started at 12:45, 30 minutes for the interval. The second innings should start at 1:15. It started more like 1:30. That is 4 hours and 10 minutes ago. And ultimately, I think UAE have themselves to blame. And I have to say, Nepal, they deserve this. They've somehow managed to do enough to drag themselves over the line. These two sides, they still haven't shaken hands, but the flags are flying high, and Nepal are saying they've done enough to get to Zimbabwe. We will wait for final and official confirmation. We should get it any moment. It's now 5:42 p.m. The sun is setting in less than 20 minutes. It may look bright on your TV screen, but as you'll see from the flashes, from the lights in the crowd, it's close to pitch black, and great drama in the gloom, the gathering gloom of Kathmandu. I knew we'd see a game that gave us everything. I'm not sure anyone could have predicted this finish.
Yes, what a dramatic end to the series and to the final game of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. I think UAE, they killed time. They took plenty of time to change their bowling, to set their field. The blame, they have to get the blame to themselves because of the late over rate depth.
Oh, look at these beautiful scenes. They're not going to mind how they got there. This will be on the front page of the Kathmandu Post tomorrow, the Himalaya Times, name your paper. These men have somehow pulled off the improbable, the impossible, the unlikely, the ever unimaginable, the big dream of 11 from 12 to get to Zimbabwe. They've taken the third and final qualification spot. We're still searching for official confirmation. Yopesh Pradhan, our producer's out in the middle of it. Extraordinary scenes. Nobody could have scripted this ending.
Yes, Len, exactly. As the UAE players are still at the pitch talking to the match referee, the ICC match referee Manu Nair from India. They took a very long time to bowl 44 overs. They took almost 4.5 hours to do so. 6 overs yet still to bowl.
They've just got the official time. It's over 4 hours they have taken. And look at this. He doesn't want to be the centre of attention. He's a team man. 4 hours to bowl 44 overs. I have to say, the UAE only have themselves to blame. Not quick enough, tardy as anything. Kushal Malla doesn't know what to make of it all. He can't quite understand it. I don't think anyone can. We will wait for official confirmation. We believe it's a 9-run victory on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. The 3 most beautiful words right now in the world for any Nepal supporter.
Yes, it is. And look at the players. They are thanking the spectators. They came out in numbers, in thousands, waiting to get in the ground. 4 o'clock in the morning, staying in the line. That is what Nepali team has produced. A victory here over UAE. We'll still have to wait for the official confirmation What a dramatic end to this tri-series here in Nepal. And look at all the players there. Arif Sheikh still padded up. Look at Bhim Sarki. He played a vital innings today of 67. Steady. The ship after losing early 2 wickets. Kushal Vurtel played a very good knock of a half century as well. All the spectators are on their feet. Two maidens, 19 for 2 his figures. What a dramatic end to the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. 216th game today. What a league in more than 4 years we had comes to an end with a dramatic finish here at the TU International Cricket Ground in Kathmandu. Even a single spectator has left the ground. They are in numbers outside the ground as well. What an end to a dramatic match.
Well, official confirmation. We've just spoken to the ICC match referee, Mr. Manu Nair. He confirms Nepal have won by 9 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. They have taken this win, and the points table now confirms that Nepal are going to Zimbabwe. They have taken the third and final qualification spot in the most dramatic of circumstances. Never quite seen anything like it. And out of breath, out of petrol, out of gas, use whatever analogy you want. That game, it should have gone the distance. It's had it all though. And also had confirmation, the second innings, it began at 1:45 p.m. So it was very nearly 4 hours that the UAE have taken to bowl 44 overs.